Still shocking.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, if we could take our seats, we will get going. We've got a couple more people who will start kind of streaming in. We've got a couple in the parking lot that are coming. Thank you for coming today as we continue on in this journey of thinking about how we address ideologically driven disunity in our congregations. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Yeah, there's a notebook and a sign-in sheet over there. So thank you for those of you who are on live stream. Thanks for joining us. It's good to have you. If you are interested, from time to time, we'll take questions. You can type that question into the chat bar on the side of the live stream. I should be able to see that and respond to them later. And I keep pointing not at you, Gordon, but there's a camera right behind you. So just, yeah. No, you are. It is above your head, so yeah, there's no problem there. So I'm going to lead us in a word of prayer, and then we'll just dive in. We'll kind of walk through what the morning will look like, what we're hoping to accomplish. There are two big sections, a section on, well, actually three big sections. There's the intro, just why we are here. There's a section on the data that came out from that initial survey that we did, which actually was really, really interesting, really revealing, surprising in some aspects. And then thirdly, there will be a section that talks about the strategy. How do we do this? What are some tools that as church leaders we can use to address the ideologically driven disunity in our congregations? So I will pray for us, and then we'll jump into the intro. During the time together, we will have some breaks. We don't expect you to sit there the whole time. We also will have a lunch break. So if you're watching online, you can. We'll let you know like when those breaks should come to an end. So let's pray together. God, thank you so much for entrusting us with such a heavy responsibility of being part of leading your church. And so God, I pray that as we spend time together today, that we would have a better understanding of what we are called to do, and then how we then can call the people in our churches to think about how we can do that together. Father, I pray that as we work through this time, that you are honored, that you're glorified, and that the end result of this is that we are better equipped to serve you through serving your church. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Let me mute this. So we live in contentious times. That's not a surprising statement to any. Politics and ideology have divided our culture in too many ways to count. And unfortunately, that has crept its way into the church as well. And as I typed that out, I thought to myself, well, crept might be too gentle a word. For some of our churches, it jumped in full force, including some of our experience. So during the COVID pandemic, I was pastoring a church in Northern California. We love our church, still close friends with a lot of people there. But man, it was tough to lead a congregation in Northern California. We took what we saw as a balanced view. We tried to think about what government guidelines were, what medical advice was, and what biblical commands were. And so in essence, we were trying to balance conservative and liberal approaches. We were trying to balance medical and governmental advice with gathering together. So realistically, we were trying to balance Romans 13, Titus 3, and Hebrews 10:25. How can we navigate those and bring those together? So we're trying to walk this balance between the two. And quite honestly, it tore me apart. It was one of the most painful, frustrating, draining times of my 30 plus years of ministry. We had some in our church who were part of the medical community. So they're part of the medical community, but they loved the church. Super invested in the church, super involved. And as we started regathering, they were saying things like, John, this is irresponsible. We should not be gathering together. We don't know what is happening. This is too soon. It's too early. Then we had some who really embodied some of the rancor that you see in Shasta County, which was a Uber. I don't know if I have enough Ubers, conservative county in Northern California, who were accusing me of bending the knee to a corrupt government. That's a direct quote from an email that I received. I was accused of promulgating a lie because we said if you wear a mask, it helps protect the people around you. I was accused of having a weak reading of Romans 13. Those last two things came from one of our elders. Man, it was so hard. I didn't know which way to turn. I didn't know how to bring these two disparate groups together. And as you looked at culture, you could see the divisiveness that was just on full display. And then in turn, look at our church and see almost the exact same thing. So I was left asking myself the question, how did we get here? How did we get to this point where what was out in culture was seen inside the walls of our church, within the relationships in our community? Hell, it all started in the culture, which is clearly divided. Even this morning, as we're getting ready for the day, and we've got news on the iPad, just listening to what's going on, you hear story after story after story of the divided nature of our culture today. You see it in the realm of politics. You see it in the realm of ideology. You see it with sexual identity, with gender identity, and the sides, it feels like, are getting further and further apart. And there's a reason that it feels that way, which because it is that way. An author named Jonathan Lehman wrote, and as I say that, I just want to point out, on our project website, I actually added a book list. So there are quotes that you'll see in the project notebook. These quotes, some of them are not referenced in the project notebook, so there are additional references on the project website. We'll put the link up at the very end so you can see some of these resources, when they were written and who wrote them. But Jonathan Lehman wrote, Pew Research shows that Democrats are more left-leaning and Republicans more right-leaning than they were 2 decades ago. And both increasingly see each other as an existential threat to the nation. And some of you are sitting in the room saying, well, yeah, because they are. Pushing further and further and further apart. Culture divided. It's exacerbated by the fact that ideology has taken root so deeply that it seems as though nothing else matters. Ideology has become so foundational that people become entrenched and immovable. Ed Stetzer wrote this: many people are willing to create their own reality to affirm their righteousness, ignoring facts, logic, and others' objections. Later on in this book, he wrote, outrage doesn't care about facts. And as we interact with each other, as we are entrenched in our ideology, we become less and less able to have conversations with people who feel differently than we do, because we think they're an existential threat, because we think that they are totally misguided and wrong. We think that they are evil. More and more, the sides have become pushed further and further apart. It should be different in the church. As people who are redeemed from the power of sin and death by the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, a group of believers should look different than the culture around them. We have a different foundation. We have a different hope. We have a different purpose. We have a different identity. We should look different. Stanley Hauerwas, and this was one of my favorite books that I read. The title is super, super long and academic. I can't remember what it is. You can see it on the project website, but this was a fabulous book. It had to do with like ideology and eschatology, and it was really incredible. But Stanley Hauerwas wrote, what matters, therefore, is the reality of the interdependence that gives visibility to our Catholicity. The way that we come together and depend upon one each other should show our unity. The form, that is the institutional arrangement that expresses our interdependence, is valuable but secondary. What's crucial is the effectiveness of how the gospel is lived out, so that the gift and grace of God are apparent by the very fact that such a people exist. Like the very existence of the people of God, who are united, not by ideology, but united in purpose, united in mission, united in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. The very existence of that people should give testimony to the fact that God exists and that he does his work. It should look different. And that difference then empowers the people of God to fulfill what he's called them to do. And what you and I have been called to do as a people of God, as you saw in the devotional, if you have worked your way through that, is that we are called to make disciples. There is no other mission. It is the mission of the church to make disciples. You see that in the Great Commission. That is the core of who we are. Christina Cleveland wrote, from the very beginning, divisions have threatened the mission of the church. But it's also evident that from the very beginning, followers of Christ have demonstrated that they can overcome divisions in order to preserve and strengthen the mission. That our mission is threatened when we are divided, but it is empowered when we are united. And that is why it is so essential for you and I, as pastors and church leaders, to understand how to begin to address ideologically driven disunity. So, the people of God should look different, because when we look different, our mission is empowered. The people of God, the church, should be united, should be different than the culture that we see. But unfortunately, what we have seen, what has been revealed, is that often it is not. And it's not. And this is going to be a very important thing for us to understand as we move forward, is that conflict exists in the church just as it does in the world, because it's easy to mistake ideology for spirituality. That is going to be the core, one of the cores of what we think about today, is that it is really easy to think that you're being religious and spiritual when in actuality you're simply living out an ideology. There are so many similarities, it's so easy to confuse the two. When that happens, the church can easily become divided. Again, Stetzer wrote, by simply categorizing, we often create subcategories that detract from the more important. all-inclusive category of the body of Christ. Before we know it, whether people are pro-life or pro-choice, Calvinist or Arminian, black or white is more important than whether they are part of the family of God. Our ideology cannot supplant our spirituality, our purpose, our identity. Because when we look more like the divided culture than the united body of Christ, we are hindered in fulfilling our mission. Walter Brueggemann, this again was a fabulous book. This one was called Truth and Hope, a series of essays that he wrote. He said, the outcome I suggest is at best an anemic capacity to respond to the gospel for the sake of the world. If that's our point, if that's why the church exists, we cannot allow disunity to hinder our ability to fulfill the mission. So what we saw, I think, during the COVID pandemic in particular, was that the pandemic simply revealed and accelerated what was already happening in churches across the country. So this journey didn't happen because of COVID. It didn't happen because of the 2020 election. It didn't happen because of George Floyd. These things were already simmering in the church. What COVID did was accelerated it. Because axiom that I heard over and over, and I reminded people of over and over during the pandemic, was crisis accelerates change. Crisis accelerates change. So when we hit this crisis point, the change that we were already seeing happened over the span of 9 months instead of over the span of 10 years, which made it really shocking. That's why it was so difficult for a lot of pastors, is because instead of being able to negotiate it, navigate it, and be able to figure all it out over the course of years, it happened right now. One guy on a podcast I heard said it was like we ripped about 10 pages out of the middle of the timeline. Right? So we're here, we should be going like this. Not should be, but this was the natural trend of what was happening. But instead of doing that, it was like here. And it really shocked and wrecked pastors across the country. So the COVID pandemic revealed and accelerated what was already happening. The equating of ideology with spirituality, that was already taking place. The divisiveness among ideological lines was already taking place. What we saw, at least in our church in Reading, so personal experience, what came out through the survey, which we'll get into some of this data in a little bit, was that by and large, this in our churches, it was not a conservative versus liberal. It was not, the rascally Republicans against the dirty Democrats in our churches. It was really disunity among shades of conservative. It's like conservative versus not quite as conservative, by and large. Now, some churches had different experiences, but for the most part, that was what was taking place. So while it was shocking, what really happened was that the superficial unity that many churches experienced was revealed for what it was. So we felt like prior to COVID, we kind of felt united, but that was not a unity that was necessarily based on the Great Commission. It was not necessarily a unity that was even based on theological principles. Oftentimes it was a unity that was based on the pragmatism of advancing a political or ideological agenda, which feels like a religious or spiritual expression. But when things get difficult, what's at the foundation gets to be shown as most important. The result was ideologically driven disunity. So my hope today, as we walk through this, is to show the state of churches and pastors across our region, We'll see how much IDD, ideologically driven disunity, we'll see how much of it is present in our churches, its impact. We'll show some correlations that were borne out in the data. We'll show some lack of correlation that was borne out as well, some surprising lack. We'll draw some conclusions from that research, and then I'll offer a possible way forward. As we do this, I want to lay some ground rules. So these are just some random thoughts, what we're going to accomplish, how we're going to do it, just so you have an expectation of what the rest of our time will look like together. So first ground rule. This is not to say which ideology is correct. Okay? Yeah, yes, my ideology. This is not to say which ideology is correct, because in the Church of Jesus Christ, I think there should be differing ideologies. Partly because the New Testament is full of commands to be united, to have unity. If we all thought the same and all looked the same, there would be no need for command after command after command to be united. And so we should look different. So this is not to say this ideology is what you ought to be following, because again, that's not the point. The point is to find unity in the mission. Stanley Hauerwas, again, a fabulous book, wrote, "A difference can threaten unity, but unity cannot be Catholic. It cannot be universal without difference." A second ground rule. The second ground rule is this project is going to focus on the leadership component of addressing ideologically driven disunity. Some of you may come away and think, well, that was not spiritual enough. Well, the reason is because we are going to presuppose, we're going to assume some foundational things for you as a pastor or a church leader. So this is not going to address the spiritual component. This project assumes that you have a leadership that's comprised of believers. Okay? It's going to assume that you all are trying to follow Jesus. It's going to assume that you spend time in prayer. Okay, so one of the best things we can do is to pray about unity in the church. That's not part of what I have here. Well, it is because I just said it, but that's not part of the leadership strategy. So we're going to assume that you are praying as an individual and as a group. It's also going to assume that you consider the Bible to be the guide for life in ministry, because we will talk about some theological, some biblical foundations for unity within the church, specifically how we find that in the Great Commission. Third ground rule, third just kind of underlying principle is that I started our research with some presuppositions. A lot of those presuppositions were borne out, and I thought, yes, I was right. There were some where they were like completely wrong. And I was like, ooh. And I will tell you when I was surprised. I will tell you when I thought it was going to be this, but instead it was this. Oh, this is a very crucial ground rule. This is for addressing ideologically driven disunity in a congregation. This is not for how you handle your own political activity. It's not for how you handle discussions with someone outside of the church. This is for addressing it within the body of Christ. And that's an important distinction, because those, by and large, will look different. I think there's some overlap there, and you may take some tools from the strategy in your own personal conversations with people who don't know Jesus, but that is not the point of the project. This one. What are we on now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ground rule number 5. I hope I can explain this well enough. There is an overlap of biblical truth and ideology. The answer to addressing IDD is not to kick out biblical truth. So we are not asking you to discard theological truths. We're not asking you to become like very relativistic and postmodern and go play hacky sack out in the parking lot. That's not the point of this. But what I hope we can do is that we have to be able to realize when we are conflating the two, when we confuse biblical truth and ideology, and have to understand when we are acting on biblical truth out of our ideology, because that can create disunity. Here's an example. One of the pastors in our project shared this in a focus group. I asked if we could use this illustration. One of their, whether you agree with it or not, one of their values is to engage people who don't know Jesus in service. So there are people who attend their church who don't know Jesus, who serve in some capacity in the church. Now, they have standards for that. Like, you cannot be a teacher. You have to know Jesus in order to teach truth. You cannot be a leader. There are some guidelines, but you can be someone who doesn't know Jesus and be a greeter. You can do all sorts of things in their church because they think one of the best ways for you to come to Jesus is to spend time working with people who do know Jesus. They had a woman who's gay who wanted to serve in the nursery and just hold babies. That's all she's doing. She's not teaching, but she's homosexual, wants to hold babies in the nursery. The church leadership wrestled with the question, and they determined that she could do that because it wasn't teaching, it was getting her involved with other believers, and so they made that decision. You may disagree with that. That's, again, we're not saying who's right or wrong there, but this is the decision that they made. And they had very specific reasons as why they did that. This pastor had a family come to him and say that this woman should not do that. And their reasoning was, the Bible is clear that that's a sin, which is true. The pastor said, as we kept talking, I said, the Bible's clear about a lot of other things that are sin too. So if there was a straight unbeliever, but had one of these other issues that the Bible is clear is a sin, could they hold a baby in the nursery? Oh, well, yeah, of course. That family ended up leaving. There's biblical truth there, but then there's also ideology there. And as I look at that, what I see is a family that was acting more out of ideology than out of biblical truth, even though there was an overlap there. And so as we have discussions, ideological discussions, I think we have to really ask ourselves, what is the source of this what is the source of this conversation? What is the source of my response? Is my response actually coming out of biblical truth, or is it actually coming more out of our ideology? Because if it comes out of our ideology, we are more likely to fall into ideologically driven disunity. So, there's an overlap of biblical truth and ideology. We are not going to ask you to get rid of biblical truth. That is not who we are. I mean, as Rocky Mountain Church Network, part of Venture Church Network nationally. We believe in the Bible. We believe in biblical truth. We hold to biblical truth. We're not saying that's not important, but we are saying is we need to understand that there is an overlap between the two at times. And it's just important for us to navigate conversations truly out of biblical truth rather than out of ideology. Sixth guideline or ground rule is you might find my answers unsatisfactory. I'm just going to admit that up front. Partly I think that because sometimes I'm unsatisfied with my answers. And so I think, man, I'm going to say something, you're going to be, well, that's not right. I get it. I understand that. This is simply me looking at reading as much material as I could, having 3 interviews, hosting a focus group, looking at the survey, doing the data. This is my best attempt at assimilating all of that data together into a way that can help us address ideologically driven disunity. You may think, man, I'm not sure that's right. If you think that, I get it, but I'm also going to challenge you to then ask yourself the question, am I unsatisfied because of the answer, or am I unsatisfied because of my ideology? Am I unsatisfied because I realize I might have to give up something that I've held as foundational for a long time? Really wrestle with that question. Last ground rule. It will take time. Addressing ideologically driven disunity is going to take time. These are not quick fixes because we did not get here quickly. It's been a long time coming. It may not feel that way because crisis accelerated the change during COVID. We had that stack of crises that came in 2020 with COVID, with George Floyd and the racial unrest that happened after that, and then the 2020 election. I mean, as church leaders, it was like boom, boom, boom. And so it feels like it happened all of a sudden, but it didn't. And since it didn't get here quickly, it will take us a while to move towards unity. There will be pain. There will be conflict. Ironically, as we seek unity, there will be conflict. There will be step forwards and steps back. But we have to start now. So there is an old proverb that says, when's the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. 20 years ago is the best time to plant a tree. When's the second best time to plant a tree? Today. And so I hope that as we lay these foundations, as we look at the data, as we consider the conclusions, as we think about a strategy moving forward, that at the very least, we as pastors and church leaders will take a step forward and start moving towards biblical missional unity in our congregations. All right, before we move on to the next section, do we have any questions? All right, no questions. I don't see any on the live chat, although it's like delayed 20 seconds. So they're just hearing if I wanted questions. Let me grab you this mic, Phil, because that way people on live stream can hear you.
You sure you wanted to?
Well, we'll see. I know
it. John, I've heard several times the argument that division over COVID simply revealed divisions that already existed. I'm just not completely sold on that. As I've talked to lots of pastors about this. By the way, it tends to be the biggest crisis that any pastor's ever dealt with.
Yeah.
So they're pretty much unified on that. But in your research, could you answer the question that let's take people who are pretty unified ideologically. Let's go back to 2017 and simply take all the people who did not vote for Hillary. This is an easy thing for a sociologist to measure. So you've got Trump voters and anti-Hillary voters in your church. And most of our churches had quite a few of those. Then COVID hits, and it seems like in that group of people, there was severe division that was created by COVID. In other words, conservative, right-wing Trump voters were at each other's throats over how to respond to the pandemic.
Yeah. And what I am seeing is that there are shades along, if you take center right, there are shades along the way.
Sure.
And it became a conflict of shades rather than a conflict of colors. So it wasn't conservative versus liberal in our churches, but it was conservative versus not quite as conservative. And I think that there were some underlying factors and ideologies that really became apparent, that became squeezed out.
Okay, so you're going to stay with that.
Yes.
That it revealed existing differences.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. And you may not agree with me.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's why I did all this research, Phil, was to be able to tell you.
I've done that myself, John, as you know.
Yes.
And what it does is it gives you the authority to speak, but doesn't mean you know a darn thing.
Well, see, I was hoping there would be nobody here who actually knew that to be true. It's like whenever I've translated into Spanish for someone, I've always asked, is there anyone in the room who speaks Spanish? Because if there's someone who speaks Spanish, I'm like, oh, no, this is going to be horrible. If nobody else speaks Spanish, then who's to say? All right, thank you. Phil, there's a button on that mic. Do you want to just tap it once and it should make that green light flash?
It's flashing.
All right, perfect. That just mutes it. Okay, so let's move through the biblical foundations, and then after this section, we'll take a short break. The biblical foundations that we really are starting from, really with the presupposition that the best way, and in my view, the only way that a church can find true unity is if we are united in the mission of the church. So having an understanding of the mission of the church is paramount to addressing ideologically driven disunity. So as I look at this, first of all, this will not be the longest section of the day. Although as I say that, I have to remember I am a preacher. So once I get going, there's no telling what's going to happen. There is a lot more detail and information in the devotional. If you're part of the project, you've had access to that. If you have not been involved in the project, you can access that through the project website. Again, there'll be a link at the end. You can get it on directly from that page. You can also get it on Amazon if you want a hard copy or a Kindle version. But there are three primary passages that we are going to look at as we think about the biblical foundation. The first of those is Matthew chapter 16, verses 13 through 18. This is that scene where Jesus has traveled with his disciples. They're north of Israel. Jesus asks his disciples, who do men say that I am? And they say, well, some say you're the prophet. Some say you're Elijah. Some say you're John the Baptist, which doesn't even make sense because they're in the same room together, you know, but that's what they are looking at. And they say, so people are saying you're all these people. Now, as they are saying that, they are giving like a little aspect, a little bit of respect, a little bit of acknowledgement that Jesus is a good guy, but they are missing the point. So then Jesus asks, well, who do you say that I am? And Peter speaks up for the rest of the disciples and says, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. And then Jesus has this huge exclamation and says, "Blessed are you, Simon Bar-Jonah, because flesh and blood has not revealed this to you, but my Father who's in heaven." The John Kraft paraphrase of that is kind of roughly, "Holy cow, Peter, that's amazing. God has to reveal that to you because you are not smart enough to figure that out on your own." And then Jesus gives an incredible promise. He says, "I say, you are Peter, the little rock, and upon this big rock, the statement of faith, the statement of who I am, I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it." One of the problems I think that we have as a church, and that has exacerbated throughout the years ideologically driven disunity, is we have a mistaken picture of what this is. This is not Jesus saying that the gates of hell will push against the church and will attack the church, and though Satan should buffet, we'll be safe and secure from all alarm. That's not the point. That's not what Jesus is saying. Because gates are not an offensive weapon. You don't attack with a gate. A gate is purely a defensive structure. And what's the point of a gate? You keep something in, your dog. Your gate is closed, probably in your yard. Your gate is open, probably in someone else's yard. So that gate keeps something in or it keeps something out. And so Jesus is saying that I will build my church upon the statement of who I am, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. That as the church moves forward, the gates cannot stand against it. And those who are being kept in will be set free. The gates of hell will not prevail against it. And that happens as his church is focused on him. He is the Christ, the Son of the living God. We focus on who he is and what he's done. As we do that, the church will move forward. But it's also really important to understand that in this passage, Jesus gets very possessive of the church. He doesn't say, "You're Peter, and upon this rock I will build a church," or "I will build the church." He says, "I will build my church." He gets very possessive of the church. As church leaders, we have to remember, this is not our church. This is not your church. I tried really hard. It was tricky to do because it was easy to say. I tried really hard when I was a local church pastor to not say, "Well, at our church, at my church," because it doesn't belong to us. It belongs to Jesus. And so, as church leaders, we have to allow that thought to ingrain us and then communicate it to our people as well. That this is not your church. This is not even our church. This is Jesus' church. And as part of the body of Christ, we are part of his church. So that is one way to begin the process of addressing IDD, is to remind people this is not our church. Because if it's our church, then it's about what we think, it's about what I think, and it's easy to get off track. Second passage, again, familiar passage. But man, we need to keep going back to this time and time again. Matthew chapter 28, verses 18 through 20, the Great Commission. Jesus gathers his disciples on the mountain. It says they came, the 11 disciples, they come, they worshiped, though some doubted. I love that little phrase is included in there because, man, we're wrestling with a lot of stuff. They come, and Jesus says, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go therefore." So our mission is rooted in the authority that Jesus has, that was given to him by the Father. Go therefore into all nations and make disciples, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe everything that I've commanded you, and lo, I am with you always. At the core of this our only mission. Make disciples. This is the mission of the church. There is no other mission of the church. This is it. It may take different forms in different ministry contexts, but the core of the mission is to make disciples. But again, I think there has been a large misunderstanding of what this means. So as we talk to our church about the mission, we have to be really careful about saying, well, our mission is to make disciples. Let's close with the word of prayer and hit the buffet. That's because then people begin to inject their own thoughts of what making disciples is. And by and large, in the conservative church, disciple making has been equated with what we call discipleship, which is kind of the transfer of information from one generation to another, from one believer to another. That I have this knowledge about Jesus, and I need you to have this knowledge of Jesus. And we think that that is what making disciples is. And it becomes very intellectual, and it becomes very just transfer of information. What we see in the Great Commission is something different. What we see in the Great Commission is that we make disciples by baptizing them. If we're baptizing people, it means that people are coming to Jesus. Roy Gruber, our pastor in Ogden, Utah, at Washington Heights Church, he is as well undertaking the ridiculous idea of getting a doctorate. And as he is doing that, his project is really based on how to live out their mission, which is to see new believers come into the church and then to be moved into leadership, because that's growing. And so he did a series of videos, some video curriculum as part of his project. He asked me to watch the first one, give some feedback. And he said, he pointed something out in there which was just so beautiful, which I was like, why didn't I ever see this? Making disciples. If we are making disciples, we should be following in the example of Jesus. And how did Jesus make disciples? First, he called people to follow him who weren't already following him. Matthew, sitting in his tax booth. He is currently not following Jesus. And Jesus comes to him and says, you come follow me. And so here's someone who was not following Jesus, who now is following Jesus. And so as people who are seeking to live following the example of Jesus, that has got to be part of our disciple-making process, is that we are seeing people come to Christ, that we are seeing people come to faith in Jesus. Secondly, so Jesus says, baptizing them, and then he says, teaching them. So there is a transfer of information. When we started off by saying the church has mistaken this, it's not that we're tossing that all out, because we're commanded throughout Scripture to teach, and elders should be able to teach. All of these thoughts about teaching. So there is a component of the transfer of information, and that is part of the disciple-making process. So we are not simply to be, as one college student at one of our churches said, that church is just a conversion factory. He said derisively. First of all, I thought, wow, man, if I could have a conversion factory, that sounds awesome. That would be amazing. But he was saying they weren't teaching. They weren't teaching like in-depth stuff. We do need to teach, and that teaching should be progressive. We should be teaching more and more and more, and people learn more about Jesus. So we see people coming to Jesus. We see people learning about Jesus. And then Jesus says, baptizing them in the name of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe everything that I've commanded you. And so the end point of that process is life transformation. That people come to Jesus, people learn about Jesus, and people look like Jesus. And that process is making disciples. Making disciples has to include all three. If it does not include all three, I would contend you are not fulfilling the Great Commission in your church. Because these three are clearly seen. So how are you seeing people come to Jesus, teaching them about Jesus, and then helping them live like Jesus? That is the mission of the church. And then lastly, in John 17, so much to unpack here. The high priestly prayer of Jesus. So Jesus has gathered his disciples for that final Passover where he institutes communion. He washes the disciples' feet, including Judas. Then he sends Judas out to go betray him. He institutes communion. And then there's an extended teaching time, John 14, 15, 16, some thoughts about future stuff, some thoughts about the Holy Spirit, really incredible, important teaching. And then in John 17, he prays. And he prays that God would be glorified. He prays for his disciples. But there are two times in this prayer where he specifically prays for what he's not praying about. So he prays about the disciples, the 11 who are there. I do not pray that you would take them out of the world, but that they would be in the world, but not of it. I just love that Jesus clarifies that. Not that God was confused about it, but that the disciples needed to hear that. But then secondly, in John 17:20, Jesus prays, I do not ask for these only, but for all those who will believe in me through their word, which includes every believer alive today. We all believe because of the word, the testimony of those 11, in one form or another, that their message, 1 John chapter 1, where John writes, we spent time with Jesus, we heard him, we saw him, we touched him, we beheld everything about him. And this is our testimony, that God is light, and in him there's no darkness at all. That's a chunk of the word of those in the room, and Jesus prays. And because of their word, we believe. And so Jesus is praying for you and for me as believers in Jesus Christ as he is thinking about going to the cross. And as he prays that, he prays multiple times, one, that we would be one. He says, I pray that they would be one, even as you, Father, and I are one. He also prays that we would be one so that the world may know that you sent me. So when the church is unified, it affirms Jesus' mission. And as his mission is affirmed, then our mission is empowered. So the unity of the church, as Jesus prayed for it 2,000 years ago, the unity of the church affirms Jesus' mission and it empowers ours. And that is what we have to be about. The Great Commission, empowered and affirmed through the unity of the body. And so with those biblical foundations, we'll begin to move into the rest of the project, the rest of our discussion this morning. But before we do that, does anyone have any questions? And then we'll take a short break. Let me grab you a mic.
Looking at John chapter 17 here, it says, I and them and you and me, that they may be perfected in unity, or they may be perfected into one.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus seems to have some sort of standard or place where all of believerdom is going. All believers are headed to this one, seems like some sort of perfected unity. Is that achievable, or is that, I guess we will be perfected into heaven, but is that possible here in the here now?
No.
Okay.
Next question. Well, no, I really don't think so, Kendall, because yes, we are to be moving towards this, and we are redeemed from the power of sin, but man, I still sin.
Okay.
And the impact of sin is always to break stuff. And it breaks relationships, it breaks families, it breaks hopes. I mean, it destroys.
Sure.
And it can destroy the unity of a church as well. Like every issue that you have in disunity in your church, at its core is sin.
Yeah.
Now, we are in a process, should be in a process of kind of progressive restoration. 2 Corinthians, we are being transformed into the image of Jesus from one degree of glory to the next.
Yeah.
So we look more and more like him. That should, our natural, like the overall trend should be up and to the right. Now, getting there, there's ups and downs, but then it will be fully realized in heaven.
Okay.
It's, the same thing, you could ask the same thing about 1 Peter. 1 Peter 1, God says, be holy for I am holy.
Okay.
Will we ever achieve that now? Some believe you can.
Sure.
And they say, yeah, I haven't sinned for like 20 years. I think, well, I think you just did. That's not how this life is.
Cool.
But we are moving in that direction.
Thank you. No, so there is a standard even for within the church, or what a church should look like, and that standard is Jesus.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. No, absolutely. Any other question? All right. We are 1 hour in. So let's take a 10-minute break. So we will be back 10 after. So that's like an 11.5-minute break. I gave you a bonus minute and a half. So we'll be back 10 after 10. If you are watching online, we will be back, and glad to have you. Okay, everyone, let's grab our seats and dive back into our stuff. Thanks for staying with us on live stream. Stan, thanks for jumping on and for your comment there. I appreciate it. All right, so as we get into this next section, this next chunk as we move towards lunch, will really have to do with what we found out about our churches, what we found out about those who participated in the project or have participated, are participating in the project. As we get going into this, just one thing to note is I'm doing my doctorate through Liberty University, and Liberty's D-Min projects are what are called action research projects. An action research project has two big components to it, or two big characteristics. The first of those is that you are addressing a specific problem within a specific group. And so I chose, as the executive director of Rocky Mountain Church Network, our specific group, the Rocky Mountain Church Network, which means we start off already with a small pool of participants. Because we are an association of 48 churches, 48 churches that go across 4 different states with 2 outliers. So we have churches in Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, and Utah. We have 1 church in Kansas, and we have a Spanish-speaking church that's affiliated with our church in Holyoke, which meets in Imperial, Nebraska. So that officially gives us 6 states. But Nebraska and Kansas are not part of the Rocky Mountains. I keep telling them, you're not mountainous. I don't know if you look around. Does this look like the Rockies to you? But we are the closest regional association to them. Out of those, well, before we go on to that. So that's one characteristic. You're addressing a specific problem within a specific group. The second aspect of an action research project is that you are doing the research and proposing a way to address that problem in a way that brings benefit to the stakeholders. So the participants in the project, it's not just to get data from you all. It's to be able to present something that is a benefit to you specifically as project participants, and then more broadly to pastors and church leaders in the Rocky Mountain Church Network. So that is why we confined it to our 48 churches. I would have loved to have contacted and gotten, a pool of 300 churches, because then you get into a different level of statistical significance. But it is what it is when you get to this action research type of project. However, as we look at those 48 churches, we have 22 participants. So that is 46% of the congregations represented in our project, which I felt was, if you start off with this pool of people, if you can get 46% to participate, that's a fairly good result. I had hoped for 50%, but I was unable to get there. So 46% of congregations, which is a significant representation. So as we talk about the data, we're going to look specifically at 3 or 4 different categories. The first of those is data concerning congregations. What do we look like as churches? What do we look like as churches? Data concerning congregations. One question that we asked was, what is your ministry context? What is your ministry context? For those 22 in our project, 54.5% were rural churches, and 45.5% were suburban churches. We do have churches that really would be considered urban in the Denver area, but for multiple reasons, none of them participated. And so As we look at the project participants, little more than half rural, little less than half suburban. This actually is a pretty fair representation of who we are. Each of our 4 Rocky Mountain states were represented in those 22 people. So we had people from Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, and Utah. We looked at congregational size. There's a wide range of sizes represented in the project. So they go from churches that there were quite a few who said they were 0 to 50. We have several who were in the 100 to 200. We have a few that are in the 250 to 500. We have a couple that were 500 to 1,000. We have one that's over 1,000 that are represented in this material. What that does is it gives us a wide range of experiences. So rural settings, suburban settings, small church settings, large multiple layers of staff accountability size churches. So really a wide range of size, a wide range of ministry context. It gives a clearer picture of the presence and impact of ideologically driven disunity. We asked about congregational age, and I had a very specific reason for asking about congregational age. The churches represented in the project have been around a long time. The average age of churches in the project, so this is how long your church has been in existence, not the demographics of the congregation. How long has your church been in existence? The average, 88 years was the average. Average and median were almost identical. Median was, I think, 87.5, average was 88, or maybe it's the other way around. Half of the churches were actually over 100 years old. We had 2 that were 150 years old. So just a couple of side note thoughts about that. This really doesn't have much bearing on the project. We love it when churches are around a long time. I think that's a great thing, and it can be a good testimony, especially if you do it well. When I pastored First Baptist of Sheridan, we celebrated 125 years there. And we were like, this church is too old. We got to shut it. You know, it wasn't like that. But when we celebrated it, all year long, we celebrated our 125th anniversary, and we called it a good start because we knew that there was ministry in our future. And this was simply the beginning of a foundation. So we love churches that have a long history, a long and good connection with their community. But this also is somewhat a reflection of the lack of church planting in the Rocky Mountain Church Network, which has been true for a long, long, long time. And we are hoping to start to change that and having more and more discussions about church planting, discussions with churches who are interested in church planting, discussions with church planters who are interested in church planting. So our hope is that as we get into 2024, is that we'll start see some movement and momentum in starting new churches, because there is an aspect of new churches that really energizes them on mission. And that is crucial, as we will see. We also asked, and I asked very specifically, we'll dive into this in our next section, asked very specifically about kingdom impact. And it's always tough to measure kingdom impact. So I did, well, what can we measure? And so we asked about professions of faith in the last 12 months and baptisms in the last 12 months. Then I realized, as I'm trying to measure all of this and try to draw some correlations, I realized I had put myself in a weird position where I had asked about a range of size rather than specific size. So then I didn't know how to figure all that out. So what I did was I gave churches kind of an average number. So I took the midpoint of the range and assigned that to the congregation. So a church that was 0 to 50, I said that you're a church of 25. Church is 50 to 100, your church is 75. All the way up, the church over 1,000, you said you're 1,500, just to kind of give us a baseline to be able to draw some comparisons. Using that metric, our churches had an average of 0.04 professions of faith per attender. So to put that in a little more understandable number, because you don't have, 4/100ths of a person come to Jesus. For every 100 people in attendance, our average church saw 4 professions of faith that year. The number of baptisms was almost identical. As we sought to see like correlations, as we kind of put churches in order, our church that had the most professions of faith per attender saw 13 per 100, which was really an amazing statistic, an amazing figure. I don't know what that church is. I know they were a church of 100 to 250, so it wasn't even one of our largest churches, because, as I said over and over, the survey was completely anonymous. I may be able to figure out like who's who, depending on some characteristics. Like if it's a church of 100 to 250 in a suburban area, the pastor's been there 6 years and has a master's. I think I know who that guy is. I think I know what that church is. But these are totally anonymous. So I don't know what church that was, but really thankful for them and for their missional efforts. So that was Kingdom Impact, about 0.04 professions of faith per attender. Any questions about data about congregations? Okay, let's move on to the data concerning pastors. Data concerning pastors. One of the things we asked about, and again, there was a specific reason that I asked, was the tenure of pastors. How long have you served in your congregation, either as a senior pastor or as a church leader? The average that we saw was 11.2 years. That was the average. The median was 7, so there's a little disparity between those two. The shortest was 6 months. We have 2 pastors in the project who served their church for 6 months. The longest was 35 years. This is a really important stat that we will come back to, because there was something that was very interesting. Secondly, we asked about education. What is the education of our pastors? Out of the 22 participants, 1/2 had a master's degree. 1 has a doctorate. And then the rest were kind of largely scattered between some masters, some doctorate. There were 2 that had a bachelor's degree. It's the greatest level of education that they had attained. We asked about the political leanings of our pastors. And unsurprisingly, our pastors identified themselves as center-right. Average scale of 1 was very conservative to 4 or 5 very liberal. The average was 2.2. So we're definitely a more conservative bunch. Then we looked at the data concerning the presence and the impact of ideologically driven disunity. The data concerning the presence and impact of ideologically driven disunity. The majority of churches within Rocky Mountain Church Network have experienced IDD in the last 12 months. So it was 59% said in the last 12 months we have experienced ideologically driven disunity. The average of that was in impact, 1 being severe to 5 being non-existent. The average impact was 3.7. It was interesting. Nobody gave it a 1. No one said it's the most severe. And I don't know if that's because nobody was having the most severe, or if because people didn't want to feel bad about themselves and put that down as their answer. But you can take that for what it is. We then asked about specific time frames and whether those events worsened disunity. So we asked about COVID. Did the COVID pandemic worsen ideologically driven disunity in your congregation? And for those around the room, unsurprisingly, yes, 72% of our churches said yes, COVID worsened the impact of IDD. It was a tougher time. My one surprise was that it wasn't greater than that. So I was thankful for that 27 some odd percent who said no, it was not worsened. 54.5%, so a little more than half, said the 2020 election worsened IDD. So these events worsened disunity in congregation. And then troublingly, over half of our churches said that disunity has impacted their ability to fulfill the Great Commission. That the disunity in their congregation was hindering their ability to make disciples, seeing people come to Jesus, seeing people learn about Jesus, and seeing people look like Jesus. Before we go on to the next section of data, any questions? All right. Let's go to data concerning the impact of IDD on pastors and church leadership. This is at the kind of at the crux of the problem statement in my thesis, which is that ideologically driven disunity is negatively impacting pastors and church leaders in congregations in the Rocky Mountain Church Network. Asking pastors and church leaders, have you experienced stress caused by ideologically driven disunity? 77% said yes. 77% of pastors have said yes, it is causing stress, which interestingly is 31% higher than reported the presence of ideologically driven disunity in their congregation. The number is similar when we broaden it out from pastors to the church leadership group. So whether you have elders or deacons or trustees, we all have different types of groups. Some have a church council. 72% said their leadership group has experienced stress because of disunity, because of ideologically driven disunity. But what I was thankful for was when we asked about, has your leadership group or your staff experienced disunity? And these numbers were encouraging. 27% said, yes, our leadership group has experienced disunity. When you think about a church staff, which we defined as volunteer or paid staff, so people who are engaged in the ministry together, that number was even less. 18% said our church staff is experiencing disunity. And we'll draw some conclusions from that in our next section. But what I want to do for this next chunk of time is to look at some correlations that we see in the data from the initial survey. So the correlation in this data is, first of all, there was a surprising lack of correlations. And it was surprising for two reasons. One, there was a lack of correlation because some of the questions that we asked, the answers were so monolithic. So for instance, soteriology, we asked, are you Reformed in your soteriology? Are you Arminian, or what I called a traditionalist, kind of your traditional Baptist view? Yes, there's election, predestination, but there's also human responsibility, and how all those things come together, we'll figure out when we get to heaven. That's kind of my idea of the traditional Baptist soteriology. Almost everyone answered that traditionalist. And so when you have that big a chunk answer, then it's hard to draw correlations because it's just like the whole group. Same thing was true for preaching. I thought maybe preaching style or preaching method would have an impact on disunity. Well, I couldn't figure that out because everybody was expository. I think there were 2 people who said they preached topical series. And so it's hard to draw a correlation because if you have 91% saying this is what we do, well, that's kind of the whole sample size to begin with. So that was why we didn't see correlation there. But some had difference in responses, but there was no correlation to the presence or impact of IDD. So as I began comparing the data, I used Pearson's correlation coefficient, which is a statistical formula which helps you compare 2 sets of variables and ascertain whether there's correlation between those two, movement in those 2 variables. There's a huge, very convoluted formula that you can use to get Pearson's correlation coefficient between 2 sets of variables, or you can use a function in Google Sheets and it'll do it for you, because it involves like multiples and factorials and square roots, and it's a huge, huge formula. And it gives you a result that goes from -1 to +1. -1 is a negative correlation, which means if this set goes up, this one goes down. And there is a scale. I put the scale, I believe, in your project or your presentation handbook. Kind of a range. It's a widely accepted range of whether it's negligible, weak, moderate, strong, or very strong. +1 would be when this set of variables goes up, then this set goes up a commensurate amount, whether it's weak, strong correlation. As I looked at that, I was anticipating that if a church saw more professions of faith or baptisms, that there'd be less impact from IDD because they would be a church that's more on mission. And I kind of built my whole thought on that. And then I popped it into Google Sheets, and it totally was not true. There was little to no correlation between the number of professions of faith and the impact of ideologically driven disunity on a congregation. Almost zero. That was true when I looked at the political activity of the project participant. You know, one of the questions was, how politically active are you? And I let them define that and let them self-identify. Here's how politically active I am. There was no correlation between IDD and political activity. There was no correlation between size of the congregation and impact of IDD. There was little to no correlation of socioeconomic status. A lot of them, kind of surprisingly so, no correlation. There were a few significant correlations, however. So again, using a standard scale, the correlations range from moderate to strong. Some of them that I am pointing out were close enough to moderate that I I brought them in. I think moderate begins at 0.3 on that suggested scale. These were at 0.29 and change, so it was close enough. And one last thing before we get into these correlations. Oftentimes, you can see correlation, but not causation. So all you know is that these two move either in the same direction together or they move opposite. But you don't necessarily know which is doing which. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you can infer that. One example that I saw was there's a clear correlation between a high-calorie diet and diabetes. All right? You kind of know which is causing which. Okay, it's not you have diabetes and so you have a high-calorie diet. All right? Diabetes is not giving you that diet. It was clearly the other way around. Some of them, however, you can't necessarily tell. All you know is that there's a relationship between the two. And the first one that I saw, which was the strongest correlation, I think is tough maybe to identify causation there, which is the strongest correlation out of all the factors that we looked at was the tenure of the pastor. By far, this was the strongest correlation. The longer a pastor served his congregation, the less impact IDD had. It was true whether you asked about the standard, the last 12 months, whether you looked at during COVID, whether you looked at during the 2020 election season, no matter what you looked at, the longer a pastor served, the less impact IDD had. Now, again, it's hard to tell causation there. It could be that because a pastor is there a long time, he's able to navigate the relationships and situations, understands the culture, is ingrained in the culture, and so the church has less ideologically driven disunity. Or it could be that the church has less ideologically driven disunity, and so the pastor's like, man, this is a sweet gig, I'm not leaving. You can't ascertain that from the data. All we know is that there is a relationship between the two. There was a weak, getting close to moderate, negative correlation between the typical political leaning of one's ministry context and the impact of IDD. So what that means is that the less, or the more conservative the area is, the less impact IDD has. There is a stronger correlation between ministry context and the impact of IDD during COVID. But again, the data was showing that this really is among degrees of conservatism. Because when we asked about ministry context, nearly everyone answered center right. There were two who rated it as a 4. 3 was the midpoint, going towards more liberal. 2 pastors said, yes, our ministry context is at a 4. It's more liberal than moderate. But you know, the fact of the matter is we don't have a church in Boulder. And so most of our contexts are fairly conservative, which again shows that this dispute is among shades of conservatism rather than between conservative and liberal. This next one was fascinating to me. First was unsurprising. The other aspect of it was very surprising. There was a moderate correlation between the amount of times a pastor addresses political issues from the platform and ideologically driven disunity. The more a pastor addressed political issues from the platform, the more a church was impacted by IDD. That was unsurprising to me. What was surprising to me was there was a moderate negative correlation when you confine that to the 2020 election. That the more a pastor addressed political issues from the platform during the 2020 election season and its aftermath, the less impact IDD had. It was almost the exact opposite. And so I began trying to think through why that might be, which is one of the downsides of doing a completely anonymous survey, is I would love to go back and ask people follow-up questions, but it's kind of tough when you don't know who they are. But thinking about it, it could be, again, could be that if a pastor was addressing political issues from the platform during the election season, that dissenters had left. And so they were more monolithic to begin with, just by nature. That's a possibility. I don't know what to make of that correlation. I just thought it was interesting. Another just fascinating result was that educational levels had a moderate impact, or moderate correlation with the impact of IDD. The more education a pastor or church leader had, the less impact IDD had. What was fascinating is when we asked about the typical education of the congregation, again, that was reversed. That the more educated a congregation was, the more disunity had an impact on them. Interestingly, there was no positive pattern concerning mission and vision statements and the presence or impact of ideologically driven disunity. We asked that question, and we asked it in two different ways. Do you have a clear mission statement, clear mission and vision statements, and does a majority of your congregation embrace that? There was no pattern with the presence or impact of ideologically driven disunity, which I was very surprised by. However, there was a clear pattern between not having a mission and vision statement or not having a majority of your church embracing it and the impact of IDD or presence of IDD. If a church did not have statements, if a church did not have a clear mission and vision statement, 80% experienced ideologically driven disunity in the last 12 months. 80% experienced it during COVID, and 80% experienced it during the 2020 election. If a majority of the congregation did not embrace it, so your church had it, but a majority did not embrace it, 67% in the last 12 months, 83% during COVID, and 67% during 2020 at that election season. So while I could not find a clear pattern or clear correlation between having it and a lack of IDD, not having a mission and vision statement, and engaging your congregation in a way that they embrace it, clearly led towards more ideologically driven disunity. Any questions about that? About that section? All right. Well, let's press on then. Oh. Yes, let's press on. I'm just looking to see if we should take a break now. No, let's look at some conclusions from the initial survey data. Conclusions from the survey data. The first of those was that ideologically driven disunity exists in a wide range of ministry contexts, which is a long way of saying we're all experiencing it. It doesn't matter if you're a small church pastor, a large church pastor, a suburban pastor, a rural pastor. It doesn't matter if you're in a more liberal area or a less liberal area. Kind of across the board, churches have experienced it. Which, when I first started unpacking this, I thought, man, I just wish I'd find, like, here's the answer. If you do this, you're going to have IDD. So why don't you not do that? You know, that would have been the end of my project. I could have defended that, no problem, and then you'd call me Dr. John. But that's not what we saw. But that in and of itself is actually a very significant outcome, is that we are all facing it. And which means it's not necessarily that you are doing something wrong. It is a reflection of the divided culture that we have, which has overlapped into the church. There are ways that we can address it, but I hope that you can see that we are all in this together. There also was no pattern in the efficacy of the attempts to address ideologically driven disunity. It was one of the questions was, what have you done to address ideologically driven disunity? And we gave, 10 different options. And no matter how you looked at those, there was no pattern of, yes, if we did this, if I preached on worldviews, we have no disunity. That data was not there. So ideologically driven disunity exists in a wide range of ministry contexts. Secondly, ideologically driven disunity is worsened by events, was very clearly seen. I believe this is due to the foundational nature of ideologies. The ideologies often are at the root of who we are. Well, we'll talk about this in just a little bit, but before we get there, ideologies are foundational. And then secondly, we often believe that our ideology is built upon our theology. That's what we believe. But I think, in fact, the opposite is largely true. Is that oftentimes our theology, our approach to spirituality, is based on our ideology. Mark Laverton wrote, "What divides evangelicals can be found underneath our theology, on the often, I forgot to change that, it's unrecognized, on the often unrecognized mental and social frame on which our theology rests." A lot of times we don't realize it because we have a foundational theology or foundational ideology. Sometimes you're not aware of it, just as you are unaware of the fact that you have an accent. You think, well, this is just the way you're supposed to talk. People from the South, they have an accent. Well, psychologist Henry Cloud, he, during COVID, did a free call-in show on Facebook Live. He would take calls and answer questions. And he did it because he thought, well, this is the way I can help during the pandemic. And, Cloud is from the South. He's got a nice Southern accent. And someone else would call from the South, and Henry Cloud would exclaim, "Finally, someone without an accent, someone who talks normally." Because when you are ingrained in it, you don't realize that you have an accent. The same thing is true of your ideology. You can see ideologies in everybody else, but you don't necessarily understand that you have a foundational ideology. And one of the reasons for that is because, as we've mentioned before, it is easy to confuse ideology and spirituality. It's easy to confuse the two. And that is because the two are very similar. Two thoughts. One was written by Christina Cleveland, which I believe is in your project notebook. The other was written by a an English political scientist named Maurice Cranston, who gave a definition of ideologies. He gave 5 characteristics of an ideology. He said, first of all, they are comprehensive. They are comprehensive in that they seek to incorporate all of the human experience. So everything that you experience should fit somewhere in your ideology. So they're comprehensive. Secondly, they are goal-oriented. So they're goal-oriented in that there is an objective that its adherents to that ideology are striving towards. Thirdly, they require effort to maintain. That your ideology, if you're going to hold that ideology because you're striving to achieve a goal, there are often things that you need to do. You need to learn more. You need to read more. You need to interact with other people. So ideology requires effort to maintain. Fourthly, they require commitment to a cause. Ideologies typically, it's just not, well, here's how I see the world, but you're trying to advance something. And then fifthly, they are intellectual in that an ideology should be based more on reason than emotion, and that the leaders of an ideology are often those who have more education and a greater ability to communicate what that ideology holds. I think that looks an awful lot like religion. It's comprehensive. Like spirituality, it should encompass everything that I am. It's goal-oriented. What's the goal? The goal is to look more like Jesus. The goal is to experience that progressive sanctification. The goal is to ultimately get to heaven. The goal is to fulfill the mission. They require effort to maintain. Have you ever preached about spiritual disciplines? There's a reason they're called spiritual discipline, is because you don't naturally do that. You have to put effort into it in order to maintain. Require commitment to a cause. If you've ever preached about giving, you're asking for people to be committed to the mission of the church through the act of giving. That is a huge commitment. And then lastly, how many of you have said something like, truth is not just based on how you feel? How many of you said, our experience here cannot just be about emotion? We often elevate those who have higher education, which I know Liberty is thankful for because I've paid them money to do this. We prop up those who are able to better communicate thoughts about spirituality or religion. Ideology, spirituality, religion, church life, however you want to put it, really seem the same, really appear identical. So, a church can have superficial unity if their ideologies are not challenged. It's foundational. Our theology is often built upon it instead of the other way around. And so, if my ideology is not challenged, we can get along with one another. But the moment an external stressor comes on, things change. There's a counselor, his name was Wayne Dyer, who shared a story of having an interaction with a guy. And he asked this young man, when you squeeze an orange, what do you get? I said, well, orange juice. And Dyer asked him, why is that? The guy's response is simple, because that's what's inside. And so Dyer said, when you are squeezed, what comes out? Is anger, bitterness, resentment? Is that what comes out of you? And I believe what we saw during COVID during the 2020 election was that congregations were squeezed. And when you squeeze a congregation, what you get is what's inside. When you squeeze a believer, what you get is what's really inside at the foundation. And just like when you squeeze an orange, you get orange juice. I think there were times where when we squeezed believers in our congregation, what came out was ideology. What came out was an ideological stance. What came out was a resistance against the government. What we saw come out was a resentment or a fear of loss. Ideology is worsened by events, which is pastors and church leaders thinking about how do we address it. I think it's crucial that we understand that and are prepared for it. Because COVID is largely in the rearview mirror. We are past 2020, but I don't know if you know this, but 2024 is coming up. And it's already set to be contentious. And so we need to understand and be prepared for that external squeeze so that what comes out is mission. What comes out is Jesus. Last conclusion that I had from the data was that ideologically driven disunity is weaker when relationships are stronger. Now, again, we can try to suss out which was causative, whether a pastor's tenure was the cause or the pastor was there because there's less disunity. But what we do know is that when relationships are stronger, unity is weaker. So we saw it in the tenure of the pastor, but we also saw it in the impact of ideologically or presence of ideologically driven disunity among church leadership groups and among staff. Those were way smaller, way less present than congregation as a whole. Because those are often the groups that you spend the most time with. Those are the groups that are thinking through, how can we fulfill the Great Commission better? They are together, they're on mission, they're praying with each other, relationships are stronger. Where relationships are stronger, IDD is weaker. So understanding that, we'll next move on to how we address ideologically driven disunity. And this will get into the strategy. But before we do that, we need to do two things. One, any questions? I see a nod already, which I knew there would be on this.
Well, I'm reluctant to be that guy who asks questions when lunch is in the room, but I will.
Which, by the way, is the second thing we have to do. So questions now,
okay.
then lunch.
I feel like I'm causing IDD just by having this microphone and asking a question, but it sounded like your argument there about what causes or what is an ideology is biblical. And when you said, do I preach on these things? Yeah, I do. And when I'm squeezed, I want biblical stuff to come out of me. Mm-hmm. So where's the problem?
Well, and that has been some of the issue as we think about unpacking the data and we think about how to communicate the strategy. There is a huge overlap between what we see as biblical truth and ideology. There's just no way around that.
Okay. And
I think first what we have to do is wrestle with the question ourselves is am I really, so just to put it out into the ether, am I really conservative because I'm a Christian? Or am I Christian because I'm a conservative? Mm-hmm. I think we really have to wrestle with that question. All right. I'm not saying that being a conservative is wrong. I'm definitely not saying being a Christian is wrong. I just think we need to be honest with where our reactions are coming from.
Okay.
Is my reaction to this situation, COVID, 2020 election, a conversation with someone about gender identity, is that truly coming from my biblical understanding? Or is there something that's actually deeper than that? And that even if you could give me a really strong biblical case, I'm just going to reject it. That, I think, is where we get into this little bit of a hang-up between theology and ideology. So I think it's crucial that we understand that we do have a foundational ideology. And we are much better off when we wrestle with how much that ideology is impacting our theology rather than the other way around.
Okay.
I'll tell you, just to be honest, like a lot of my beliefs that I have are because of what I learned in youth group. If my youth pastor had had different views, I might look totally different today. I might be like one of those liberal Presbyterians. I'm just saying that because Ed's here. And he's a conservative Presbyterian, though. But these things really are ingrained in us. And if we don't understand that, that's when we get into real issues. Okay, so that takes me back to the story that we started with at the beginning about the family who was upset that there was a gay person who was going to hold a baby in a nursery. And their reasoning was biblical. The Bible's clear that's a sin. Well, yeah, there are all sorts of other sins. How about if there's a straight unbeliever who's having an affair? Can they hold a baby? Well, yeah, probably, because they're just wrestling through that. What if there's someone who struggles with alcohol? Well, no, they can do that. That, I would contend, is coming more out of an ideological stance than a theological stance. Because the theology is, it's a sin. The Bible's clear on it. Yeah. So are all these other things, including some things that I probably wrestle with and you probably wrestle with. So maybe we shouldn't be holding a baby in the nursery. But their response was, I believe, more driven out of ideology. Does that help clarify that a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Ed.
I was going to say there's an old preacher, Vance Havner, that used to say, what's in the well will come up in the bucket. And the reality of the anger, some people, you feel like if you just scratched them, the anger would ooze out, or flare out.
Yeah.
And that's really an issue. I think a lot of people in America are very angry.
Yeah.
And love doesn't come out very easily.
Yeah.
From them. And I think they need to really wrestle with what that means.
Which, as we talk about our strategy for moving forward, one of the things that we will kind of ponder is that ideologically driven disunity is often caused not even by anger, because I think that anger has a deeper root. I would contend that the root actually is fear. Fear of loss of a position, fear of loss of importance, fear of loss of having what we once had. And that causes people to lash out in anger, causes a lash out in distrust. And I think it's largely driven by fear. So it'll be good to unpack that, but no, thank you.
And I've had the privilege of working with a lot of churches that have been really broken with conflict. And you were talking about the need for clarity and mission and vision and so on. And when we work with those churches, generally speaking, there is no clarity on who they are or where they're going. And so I really appreciated that part of your research. And that's something that we all need, is great clarity in who we are and what does God want us to do specifically.
Hmm.
And so I really appreciated that aspect, John.
Thank you. Well, and it echoes what Stan Reed said. So Stan, my predecessor, is actually watching online. And he said having a mission/vision statement is different than being mission or vision driven. The challenge is how pervasive mission and vision is, how it is centered, communicated, and rehearsed. Which is partly why we ask the question, not simply do you have these statements? Because I've been in a lot of churches that have really fabulous mission and vision statements, and they look really great sitting in a file cabinet somewhere. But does the majority of your church embrace it? And that actually was a smaller number than had it. And that is incumbent upon the church leadership to say, here's what we're called to do, here's why we exist, here's who we are, and this is what we are doing. And this is where we believe God is calling us to go. And doing it in a way that is persuasive, and doing it in a way that's engaging so that people will want to be a part of that journey. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, can we get you a mic again, just so. The green light should be on.
Is it flashing? Oh, yeah, it's flashing. So it's on?
Yeah, there you go. You're good.
John, since your strongest correlation was the length of the senior pastor to a lack of having IDE, could that be, in your opinion, and you probably have to ask some of these pastors who've been there a long time like I was, could it be that they had an ideology, but through the years they attracted people of the same ideology, so therefore they didn't have the division that perhaps shorter-term pastors have moved into church and don't know the people as well?
No, I think that's a very possible situation. So part of the reason that I asked that question, I ran into some friends who, just as we were talking, naturally COVID came up. And so we talked about our church experience during COVID. And both of these two pastors said, yeah, we hardly had any disunity in our church. And which kind of made me think, well, let's talk about this. So I asked if they would do an online interview with me. And so they did. And one of the guys had been in his church over 20 years as a senior pastor. The other had been a senior pastor of his church for 8 years, but had started the church. He had planted the church. Which is why I also asked about the age of your church, just so we could compare those two things. And as we were talking, they brought up someone that they knew who had had a really difficult time with disunity during COVID, like as bad as I've heard. And that pastor had been there for 3 years going into COVID. And one of the pastors who I was doing the interview with said, yeah, it just seemed like that church viewed their pastor as an employee rather than as part of the culture. And so the one pastor had been there 20 years. I mean, people knew what to expect. And for some, they probably were there because of the pastor. Same thing would be true for the pastor who started a church. You know, he was ingrained. I mean, he embodied the culture of the church. Whereas this third pastor really struggled because he had been kind of injected into the culture, and there was not kind of this underlying ideological unity to begin with that was centered around a personality. So I think, you know, right or wrong, we just have to realize the impact of the leader on an organization. It just is. Like as much as we tried to make the church not be about us, we were kind of the center of what happened. Every time I introduced myself, I said, I'm one of the pastors here. I didn't say I'm the pastor. I'd be out in the community. I'd never say, oh, I'm the pastor of Reading Christian Fellowship, or I'm the pastor of First Baptist. We worked really hard to not make it about us. But to a large extent, church life was about us because I was the one who talked a lot. I don't know if you've noticed that. I was the one who was up front. I was the one who was driving things. And so it kind of took on our persona. And so I think that really can be true in our churches. Does that answer your question?
It does, John, thanks.
All right, let's take a break. Half an hour for lunch. It is 12:09, so we will get started at 12:39 and 39 seconds. We've got chips and bottled water and sandwiches. Those sandwiches are all the same. They are like the best, most generic sandwich that Jimmy John's has. And so if you don't like it, just pick off what you don't like. If you do like it, take what the next guy picked off and put it on your sandwich. Hopefully the conversations can continue around the tables, and then we'll get back into looking at the strategy. How do we address ideologically driven disunity? So let me pray for us, and then we will eat. God, thanks for today. Thank you for really just all the participation and encouragement that we've seen throughout this process. And God, I pray that you would continue to use these thoughts and this work and even the data to help leaders in your church understand how to stay on mission and how to really, as Stan said, not just have a mission and vision, but be mission and vision driven. Father, we thank you for this food. We thank you for Good News Community Church for hosting us, and we pray that you are glorified and honored in our conversations. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Thank you, everyone. So if you're watching online, we will kick back up around 12:40, so you can grab lunch as well.
In a bit now.
I remember one of the first retreats we had, you were up at Camp St. Malo, and you spoke. I remember, I think you were just brand new in the region.
Yeah.
And it was at that one that was the next day after we were done. My son and I climbed Long's Peak. So that's where I made that connection with you. He was in college at CSU.
So you were able to figure out a date.
That's right. It's funny how those things enter
Yeah.
our minds,
Yeah.
So, well, see, you're guilty of being one of those long-term pastors now.
I am.
You're totally guilty. I mean, I was 25 when I was.
Yeah. Did you do this one?
I didn't do this. No. I was just out of the ministry when he
Stepped out.
So he had one of our guys, Wayne Shield, one of the elders. Wayne was a good elder. And so yeah, because Tom was 25 years.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of good. I still believe 10 years the way to go. And God answered that prayer for me that I wanted to have a church that brought here a long time.
Thank you.
I don't know if that means it's off or on.
It's on, so let's do that.
Quick question, who's the lead pastor of this church?
Well, this has been great so far.
Thank you so much. All right, everyone, let's get going once again. And before we dive into this last section, I just want to give you a little bit of an update. A couple of people have asked. If you don't know, on March 7th, I was admitted to the hospital with blood clots in my leg and in both lungs. And it was a pretty bad situation, which I was not entirely, but mostly unaware of. And so spent the night in the hospital, and now I'm doing a course of blood thinners, actually feeling way, way, way better. And been cleared to do all sorts of things, been cleared to give doctoral presentations, been cleared to ride my bike. So I've been riding my bike a ton. This last week I got 190 miles in, and 40 yesterday. Oh no, I did 50 because I did a spin class yesterday too. So I'm feeling much better. Thankful for everyone's prayers and for the support and encouragement, and looking forward to moving on and getting past having blood clots. It was no fun. And I will tell you, if you feel like you might have a blood clot in your leg, go get it checked out, because you don't want to mess around with that. And it's a pretty simple thing to take a pill in the morning and at night and get rid of that. Because how do you know? How do what? So I thought I was having muscle cramps, and muscle cramps that wouldn't go away, and leg a little bit swollen. It was a little discolored. Mine never got really big and huge like you will see. Like if you go online and you search blood clots, I mean, calves like this big around, and mine didn't look anything like that. But for months, actually, Tom, I started having issues with it in December, and I just thought, well, it's a little inflamed, it's still from muscle stuff, and but like I said, it's pretty simple to get checked out. Especially if you are of a particular age. I'm in my 50s, and just needed to pay more attention to what my body was telling me. So I thought I had muscle cramps. I was way short of breath on the bike, and I thought, man, I'm just out of shape. And I should have paid attention more, because it was different. So that's a little PSA for getting blood clots checked out. All right, last section. How do we address ideologically driven disunity? This is where the rubber meets the road. And as we talk through some of these things, first, this has been the point in my project where, as I told Len Billings, who has recently worked through a doctorate as well, like as I think about doing this, I bounce back and forth between really excited and scared that it's going to be pointless. That I'll get to the end and everyone's going to be like, yeah, so what? And so this is the point where I've had a little bit of trepidation. It is also the point where, as we walk through an illustration, I'm going to encourage you to not judge which ideology is correct, but instead think about how you might address it, because that is the point. The point of this project is, in your context, with your church leadership and your understanding of theology and what God is calling you to do, how are you going to address people maybe who feel differently, who are believers in Jesus Christ, who need to be engaged in the mission? because that is where unity takes place, is when people who have disparate ideologies or thoughts can come together to fulfill the Great Commission in the local church. And so I'll tell you what, there's a stretch in here that I don't want to talk about because it makes me super uncomfortable. And as I read it and it makes me uncomfortable, I'm thinking to myself, man, I need to make other people uncomfortable along with me. So that's going to be my goal, is to make you squirm a little in your chair, but just to really wrestle with the issue. It is obvious that pastors and church leaders need to address ideologically driven disunity because it is prevalent. Again, those stats that we looked at, it is in the majority of our churches in the last 12 months. It is worsened by events. It's present in churches with different factors. It doesn't matter size. It doesn't matter nuance of theology when you're looking at soteriology. It doesn't matter the ministry context. It's present. Beyond that, a lot of what we have done to address it has not helped. And in fact, a lot of the ways that we have addressed ideologically driven disunity, at least what I've heard in some of the interviews that I've done, has actually made the situation worse. And that is because we have a fundamental misunderstanding of maybe the way that we ought to address it, which is a big chunk of the strategy that will be coming up. The first aspect of addressing ideologically driven disunity in our congregation is we have to learn to listen to a third voice. To learn to listen to a third voice. What I mean by this is that I have ideology, and in a lot of regards, my ideology is foundational. Like, it comes out of my experiences growing up. It comes out of where I grew up. The fact that I grew up in Tucson, Arizona means I have a different ideology than if I had grown up in San Francisco, California. I mean, it's just a fact of that. It's different that I grew up in Tucson, even though we had a big rodeo every year, than I would if I grew up in Chugwater. You know, there's all sorts of different factors that go in. Family experiences, the fact that I come from a really broken, highly dysfunctional home, lots of abuse, lots of weirdness, that has shaped who I am. And in a lot of ways, it shaped who I am in ways that maybe are not going to change much because I have a foundational ideology. So I have this foundational ideology. Tucson kid, First Baptist Church of Tucson, Southwestern Conservative Baptist Bible College. I have all of these formative things in my life. And then church congregant over here, they grew up in Denver, Colorado. They went to a different high school than I did. Maybe they came from a really, really strong Christian family where everybody was loving and it was great. And their ideology is going to be different than mine. And if we have these foundational ideologies, we're not going to debate each other out of them. I'm not going to be able to convince this person that my ideology is right and they need to adapt to me. Just in the same way, in a lot of ways, this person is not going to be able to debate me into thinking their ideology is right. And so if we have these two competing voices, that we may get a little bit of movement, but we're never coming together, then we need to be able to listen to a third voice, a third transcendent voice that cuts through all of our noise. And unsurprisingly, that third voice is Jesus. It is the voice of Jesus that we need to listen to. What Jesus has to say about us, what Jesus has to say about his church, we have to listen to his voice. If we can find the voice of Jesus in the noise, we can have a unity that's not based on ideology, but is instead based upon Jesus and his thoughts about his church. Stanley Hauerwas wrote that conflict is part and parcel of Christian unity, means that the unity of a church is not based on agreements, but rather one that assumes that disagreement should not lead to division, but rather should be a testimony to the existence of a reconciling people. That we can be people with disagreements, but those disagreements should not separate and divide. Because when we can have unity in the midst of disagreements, again, we are a testimony to the existence of a reconciling people. So, first thought is we need to be able to find the voice of Jesus in the noise, in the disagreements, in the dispute, in the ideological differences. Find the voice of Jesus. We'll talk a little bit more, again, it's how this is played out as we think of how to address it. Secondly, we have to consider our part. We have to realize every single one of us has a foundational ideology. Every person in this room. We have a foundational ideology. And if we are going to ask others to put their ideology on hold and listen to the voice of Jesus, then we as church leaders need to be able to do that ourselves. And so I think it's imperative that we ask ourselves the question, several questions. One, how have I contributed to the situation? How have I contributed to the presence of ideologically driven disunity in my congregation? How have I contributed to the disunity? How have I contributed to the arguments, the disagreements? How have I contributed? What is my role? Two, am I more concerned with my own stance than with finding unity? Again, we have this ideology, but am I more concerned about what I hold to be true than I am about the unity of the church? Now, again, I want to come back to one of the ground rules that we set, which is we are not discarding biblical truth, but we have to wrestle with, am I holding this because it's theologically true, or am I holding it because of my ideology? There's overlap, to be sure, but we have to be honest and just brutal. As we're trying to address ideologically driven disunity in our congregation, we need to wrestle with how much of that is on me and how much of it is because I am concerned with my ideological stance rather than on scriptural truth. Third, and this one, I want you to answer this question, but I don't want to answer this question, which is, am I having more ideological conversations or spiritual conversations? Am I having just more debate about politics, or am I talking about Jesus more? If you as a church leader are constantly having ideological discussions, what's going to happen in your congregation? It's going to happen more and more and more. Focus more on ideology than spirituality. Fourthly, as we've bumped up against several times throughout our discussion, am I confusing ideology and spirituality? I hold these things, I believe these things, but am I confusing that for actually walking with Jesus? Then fifthly, is the Great Commission's charge to make disciples of Jesus more important than making disciples of my ideology? Convincing people that my political stance or my cultural stance is correct, as opposed to making disciples. The next big step, I think, in addressing ideologically driven disunity, as we talked about as we answered a question over here, is that we have to understand the real cause of IDD. So ideologically driven disunity appears to have intellectual, spiritual, or personal causes. Like at its root, it appears to be an intellectual discussion, a spiritual discussion, or a personal discussion. We can say we have disunity because people have differing worldviews. We have disunity, someone is not agreeing with me because they're stubborn, because they are arrogant, they're dismissive, they have the wrong information. We can think all of these things, but the real cause of ideologically driven disunity is fear. The cause of IDD is fear. The fear of losing what they once had. How many of you, either in your own heart or in conversations, have had the thought, the United States isn't as Christian as it once was? What does that mean? Because if you go back to the 50s, there were more people in church, and the laws that were passed had more of a biblical appearance. But I don't know that you would have said everyone here is a Christian. And so when you say America isn't as Christian as it once was, you're really talking about expression rather than identity. And as a believer, someone who can remember back to before we had this kind of post-Christian reality, when if you're a person of faith that was respected, a big chunk of people would go to church on Sunday morning, and now you look to now, you're afraid of what you've lost. You're afraid that you don't have the church, quote unquote, doesn't have the same influence that it has on the culture. And in a lot of ways, that's more an ideological expression of fear, because not everybody who was showing up at church was a Christian. It really is a cultural comment rather than a spiritual comment. Let me grab you a mic.
I really appreciate that, John. And can I take it one step further? I feel like I got really depressed January 2021, around January 6th, I think it was. I got depressed, and now I'm realizing what that cause was, though, John, when you said fear, because I believe it's the fear that America as a whole is going away.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why I got so fearful, so depressed, so sad, because I hold America fairly close to my ideological ways of doing things. And I just feel like when you put those two together, now I'm realizing that that's where that fear was coming from.
Thank you. Yeah, can you just pass that over?
I was the pastor at his church before he was. He's done a lot of repair. In 1984, I was at Word Publishing in Waco, Texas when they were there. And I was talking to Dan Gautry, who was marketing manager there. And he said, I am so excited. I'm leaving Waco, Texas. And I'm moving to Huntington Beach, California. I said, why? He said, because I can tell the difference between the Christians and the heathens there.
No, you're absolutely right. And we don't understand how true that is. And we don't understand that when we have a comment like, we're not as Christian as we used to be, that again, that's not a spiritual statement, but it's more of an ideological and cultural statement, because it's the expression rather than identity.
John, your research focuses, which I'm glad it does, on the Rocky Mountain Church Network.
Yes.
That's who you're researching. The big church fight in America right now is in the United Methodist Church. where it's going to lose several thousand congregations in the space of a year or two here. How would what you're saying now during this lecture, if you were speaking to a group of Methodist pastors, would you have a different message? Would the message be the same? They're splitting primarily over, I think it's a gay marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's primarily what it is.
Yeah.
Is that a case of ideology / spirituality, or?
And see, this is where it gets really tricky. And I'm speaking right now completely extemporaneously and off the cuff. So with that caveat, I may get this totally wrong. I heard Ed, who was sitting over here, who's the guy who asked a question that I was like, someone there asked a question. Well, he left. Ed is a part of a group called ECO, which is Evangelical Confessing Order of Presbyterians. It's a conservative Presbyterian group, which is fairly recent. I believe as a denomination, they started around 2012. So they're 10, 15 years old. The primary impetus for the formation of ECO was the embracing of homosexual marriage in the PCUSA. And the big name that withdrew out of PCUSA during that was John Ortberg and Menlo Park Church in the Bay Area. Big church, 10,000 people maybe. And they said, we are leaving because it's an issue of biblical authority. But then someone asked the question, it's biblical authority, but as displayed in gay marriage. Because the idea of biblical authority has been the same for a long time in the PCUSA. But because this decision was made on gay marriage, you've decided to leave. And so there, I think we bump up against the distinction between ideology and biblical truth. My contention is we simply need to be honest about what it is. And so if I were talking with the Methodist congregations, I would be saying much the same thing. There does come a point where you do need to draw a distinction and to say, we can no longer do mission together because of this distinction. Right now in the Methodist Church, it's over the issue of gay marriage. What I would be afraid of is that those pastors and church leaders who are leaving the UMC are not wrestling with whether it's actually biblical truth or simply ideology, because then they're just going to continue that on in their congregations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to put that as simple as one of the best books I ever read in my life, I read as a freshman at the University of Wyoming, was Christianity and Liberalism by Judge Gresham Machen. Many of you are familiar with that book. It had a profound impact on me. Machen's thesis is pretty simple. We're separating because we're Christians and you're not. So sometimes division is required.
Yeah. And there is a sense in that, yeah, division is required. And I think one thing that we should keep in mind is that, like, even a doctrinal statement is kind of inherently divisive. So we think in terms of it being unifying, but realistically, the point is to determine whether you're part of the same group or not. If you don't believe this, then you're outside of that. And so at its core, a doctrinal statement is divisive. And it can be that you come to the point where, because of these core beliefs, if you fall outside of this, then we are not part of the same body moving forward together. What I would hope is that we are adept enough to understand the difference between ideology and theology so that we can truly be making a theological distinction rather than an ideological distinction.
It seems like they're one and the same in that.
I'm completely confused too. I don't know how to distinguish between the two, because when you go something completely against scripture, to me that's not an ideology difference. That is a spiritual difference. And that's where you have to draw the line. There's no interpretation there. I've heard different interpretations of, for like the office of elder, husband of one wife. Does that mean that he doesn't have multiple wives? Or does that mean that if he was married and got divorced and then remarried again, that there's that conversation there? But when you have something as black and white as gay marriage and gay pastors, because it all is encompassed. It's not just a gay marriage thing. It is gay marriage, it is gay pastors, it's gay spiritual leaders. And that when you have such this very black and white issue in the Bible, how do you say that that's just ideology and not a spiritual split?
And I'm not necessarily saying that it's not theology, but what I am saying is that particularly as church leaders, we need to really wrestle with, what am I actually responding from? Am I responding out of my theological conviction, or am I responding out of a political, ideological conviction? They may have overlap. And in this case, I readily agree that they do. So I'm not making a case for homosexuality. I'm not making a case for gay marriage. Please don't fire me, because I like my job. But what I am saying is that for a lot of conservative believers who are steeped in ideology, that there are times where we respond more out of our ideology than out of our spirituality.
I'll pass my back to you. So going back to the original example you gave at the beginning, had the couple that left said, no, that person who is whatever other sin issue is, because that sin issue is prevalent in their life and it's ongoing, they shouldn't hold babies either. Does that now switch from ideology to spirituality?
Yes, I would totally contend that that's the truth. So yes, in that initial example, if the couple had said, well, no, I don't think someone who is having an affair should hold a baby either. I don't think someone who is struggling with alcohol and is drunk all the time should serve in this capacity. I don't think that someone who cheats on their taxes should be involved in here. Then that becomes much more of a theological response than an ideological response.
For me, in my situation, kind of bringing it back to the patriotism or American idea.
I think that mic, is the light flashing?
Oh, it's off.
Oh, so just tap it once. It should be a steady green.
There we are. Yes.
Okay.
Good. Got it. For me, it's been an ongoing, to some extent, issue within my church about the idea of love of America over or even with the love of Jesus. And I think in that scenario, you can make a very much more clearly defined level of ideology versus biblical stance. And so, for me, but it's still difficult, even within my church's culture, to try to separate out and say, hey, we're here to celebrate Jesus and not always here to celebrate America.
Right.
And that's hard. That's hard for people, even within my leadership, to maybe comprehend.
Yeah. No, thank you. And you can just leave that on.
Okay.
Just know that people on live stream are going to hear everything that you say over at that table. So realistically, there is a ton of overlap, and we just have to be honest about that, and really wrestle with, is my response to homosexual agenda or to gay marriage, is that genuinely a biblical response? Or am I more responding to it because I'm a Republican? because I'm a conservative, because I grew up with this inclination. They may express themselves in the same way, but if we are coming at it more from our ideology, then our response is actually going to be one that's more of fear than one of really seeking to be on mission together. Is that clarifying a little bit? Okay. Thank you. Great questions. And I'm thankful for the ability to kind of think through that together. So as we understand the root cause, there is the root cause of fear, fear of loss. There is also the fear of the other side winning. So ideological discussions almost always fall into a zero-sum game nature. One side wins, the other side loses. And if the other side wins, what does that mean? That I have lost. And so if I want to win, that means they need to lose. And so the ideological discussions become much more the zero-sum game nature of a discussion. Mark Laverton kind of ties these two thoughts together between fear and the fear of loss and the zero-sum game nature. He wrote, for many evangelicals, changes in theological understanding, social patterns, and moral norms threaten the instinct to control. The perceived loss of control then spawns the impulse to fight back. It isn't surprising, therefore, that evangelicals have consistently been political conservative and frequently frame their engagement in politics with the language of apocalypse, fear, and warfare. That we can fall into the same trap of having ideological discussions based out of fear and based out of the fear of losing what we once had or the fear of not winning the argument. And so the question is, what is the antidote to fear? The antidote to fear, the natural reaction is courage. But that's not what we need to do. Because that is what you get in an email when you open your inbox on Monday morning or Tuesday morning. If you have Mondays off, don't look at your email. But as you get back into the office and you open up that email, it says, Pastor, we need to take a stand. We're trying to address it with courage. Take a stand and be right, which exacerbates the issue. 1 John chapter 4. John is equating God's love for us with our love for the people around us. And in the context of that, he says, perfect love casts out fear. Perfect love casts out fear. So the antidote to fear and the fear of loss is love. Because remember, IDD is weaker where relationships are stronger. Had a guy in one of our churches who I am convinced hated everything I did. And he sent me email after email after email about why I was wrong in this decision and this decision. We need to do this differently. And we went round and round. Some of it was theological. He had a big theological difference from me. Was a little more a lot more baptismal regenerist than I am. So saying you have to be baptized in order to be saved. And we went around and around and around. And I'll talk about this in a little. I finally just had to cut all that off. But even though he and I had huge disagreements, I don't know that you could ever say we had disunity. And part of the reason is I sat in the waiting room with him for about 3 hours while his wife was in surgery, emergency surgery. And he knew that at the core, I loved him. And so, yeah, we'd have disagreements, and I'd see his name on my email, inbox, and be like, oh. there were moments, there were actually days where he was the first person I thought of when I woke up. And I was like, no, I don't want that. I want to think about Lori or first thing when I wake up, but no, I'm thinking about this guy. But somehow we could still have good conversations. And I think we could still move forward together, even though we had some big disagreements. But partly it was because we just showed love in whatever way we could. So pastoral care, personal conversations, and expressions of love go way further than debate.
I think that our country as a whole has kind of gotten away from that. You're talking about, even though you had disagreements, at the core that you loved him. A lot of stuff that's going on with a lot of this stuff is just, since we disagree, we can't even talk about it. If you don't see the way I see it, then we don't even have anything to talk about. And we've got to get back to that part where we can disagree, and we can disagree about things, but we can kind of talk them through to see why one person thinks one way and why the other one thinks the other way. And you know, I don't hate you just because I disagree with you. But I think that's a lot of the big problem in not only our country but the world today, is that that's gone.
Yeah.
If you don't agree with me, then I don't even want to talk to you about it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, Lori and I have often pondered the fact that you used to be able to say something like, I totally disagree with you, but I will fight to the death for you to be able to say it.
Yeah.
And now we see people being shouted down, trying to speak on college campuses, trying to speak in different venues, being protested out of there, both sides. And we do need to get back to that because, as we said early on, the church should look different than divided culture.
Absolutely.
The church should look different than a divided culture. Yes, Lori Craft.
The token girl will say something.
Token woman.
So the author, Arthur Brooks, had this really fascinating, so he's a sociologist and his main field of study is happiness. And he made this really genius point that maybe 10 years ago, we had all agreed that we have all these differences, so we need to be tolerant. Well, that failed. Because Jesus never said, tolerate your enemy. He said, love your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And so the more we can remember, yeah, love does drive out fear. And I am afraid of the future for our kids and future grandkids, because it does seem like an unwelcome and scary place. But love your enemy, that's really revolutionary. And that's why Jesus came, because we need a revolution, a Jesus revolution. And tolerance isn't working. It didn't work.
Yeah.
So maybe we should give loving our enemies a shot.
Yeah.
Amen.
No, thank you. So the next big step really came out of a moment of crisis for me in my doctoral program. So I've been in this for a long time and did all the coursework, and I was flying through. I doubled up on classes. I took extra classes. My lowest grade was like a 94.5 on a paper. I was like flying through. And then I got to the point in my program where I had to write out the methodology. Like, here's what we're going to do to address it. And I submitted it. I was proud of it. It was longer than it needed to be. It was detailed. And it came back. And I got such a low grade, it knocked me off of my 4.0 for the whole program. And my prof said, so you're telling me that all you want to do is have pastors preach through a series on common passages and then host a prayer gathering? And I was like, yeah. It stung, and it stung because it was true. Like, it was not a really well thought out methodology. So I kind of took a step back, kind of thought through all the stuff that I had assimilated, and I remembered a book that I had read, which actually is not a spiritual book. I don't think it was written by a believer, but I think it has a lot to do with how we address ideologically driven disunity in our congregations. And the book was The Infinite Game by Simon Sinek. Simon Sinek's a pretty well-known leadership guru. Has written, he wrote like Start With Why, really great book if you're wrestling through your mission statement, who you are as a church, and then how you live that out. He wrote Leaders Eat Last, talking about humility in leadership. The Infinite Game. Really, I think if we will understand these characteristics, we will have much more success in addressing ideologically driven disunity in our congregations. Even though it's a business book, not written by a believer, but these 5 characteristics of the infinite game are really important. So Sinek, he talks about 2 different ways that individuals or organizations will interact and even interact with culture. He calls them the finite game and the infinite game. The finite game has known players, it has fixed rules, and it has an agreed upon objective. So most sports would be a finite game. You have a basketball game that happens. You know which 5 guys are on the floor, you know how they're going to play the game, and you know who wins. If you put this ball through that more times than they put the ball through that, then you win. So it's a finite game. He contrasts that with what he calls the infinite game, which has known and unknown players. So there are different people who are having input as to what's going on. There are no exact rules. And most importantly, there's no fixed outcome. It has really the only objective of an infinite game is to be able to continue playing the game. So broad brush speaking, Sinek points to the Vietnam War, and in particular the Tet Offensive, as a distinction between a finite game and an infinite game. So when you look at the Vietnam War, by a lot of measurable metrics, the United States won. Caused more casualties, we had greater force, all sorts of things you can point to. We were playing by the finite game. The North Vietnamese were playing by the infinite game. So he uses the Tet Offensive as an example. Tet in Vietnam is a major holiday. And so our military leaders thought, well, no one attacks on Tet. Like, that's like Christmas. Yeah, you remember back in World War I, like you had the Germans in this trench and the British in this trench, and they all sang Silent Night together, and nobody fought because it was Christmas. Come on. Well, the North Vietnamese, there were no exact rules. The North Vietnamese, yeah, they were losing more people, but that wasn't the objective. Their only objective was to continue playing the game. And so, even though by a lot of measurable metrics, the United States won, we were the ones who left. Because we were trying to play the infinite game by finite characteristics. The same thing I am convinced is true of addressing ideologically driven disunity, is that it is much more of an infinite game than a finite game. Finite game. Matt and I have a disagreement. Known players. We have debate against what he brings his idea, I bring my idea. Those known rules, like we're just talking him and me. And my objective is to win. That is, by definition, a finite game, where ideological discussions, in particular, how they take place in the context of the unity of the church, is much more of the infinite game. The objective is not to win. The objective is to continue to play the game. We have to realize that there are all sorts of people who are speaking into this conversation. I may think that it's just Matt and me, but it's also all the people that Matt's reading, and it's all the people that I'm reading, and it's all the people that we're hanging out with, and it's all the people who are part of our upbringings. They're all speaking into this. So there's known and unknown players. And the rules, man, they can get really squishy. So what does an infinite game look like? Sinek gives 5 characteristics. The first of those is that an infinite game advances a just cause. Now, Sinek is writing a business book. So he talks actually a lot about Apple and their desire to, provide computing to the masses, to be a part of getting computers into education. That's a great cause. The church has the ultimate just cause. We are to be glorifying God through fulfilling the Great Commission and making disciples of all nations. That is the ultimate just cause. We need to be advancing the just cause. Several of the pastors who, whether it's in interviews or in the focus group, really identified their ability to continue to communicate the mission of the church in the context of COVID, in the context of the 2020 election, in the context of all of the external stressors. They identified that one factor as the greatest way that they avoided having disunity in their church. Advancing a just cause. Second characteristic that Sinek gives is build trusting teams. The importance of relationships cannot be overstated. Relationships are important. Where relationships are stronger, IDD is weaker. It is a fact. Build trusting teams, especially in your leadership group. One of the pastors in the focus group, one of the questions I asked was, what was the best thing you did to help avoid disunity in your congregation? And one of the pastors said the best thing that we did was our elders, we got together for dinner every other week. And we just sit and we eat. And we actually have really hard conversations, not about like things that we're trying to address, because it's not a business meeting, but we just talk about theological issues. We talk about cultural issues, and we just wrestle with that. And because we sit down and eat together, because we have these, he called them preemptory conversations, like they're in advance, they're not happening right then. He said, we have greater unity as a leadership team, and we see greater unity in our congregation because we've had a lot of those conversations. So even those ideological conversations, we've already had them as a ministry team. He said, we have incredible unity among us, even though we come from a wide, diverse background. He said, we have someone on our ministry team who is a tenured professor at a university, and we have someone who is a gun shop owner. And we get along. They see a lot of political things differently. But because they know that they love each other, that they support each other, they trust each other, they've had these preemptory conversations, building trusting teams has had a huge impact on their church. The third characteristic of playing the infinite game is to study your worthy rivals. And for a long time, I thought, I'm going to just use 4 out of the 5 characteristics because we don't really have rivals. Well, that's like all we're talking about. So yes, we do have rivals. Now, again, Sinek is writing a business book, so he talks about this differently than I'm talking about. As we study our worthy rivals, if you're having a discussion that has the potential to tip into a source of disunity, I would encourage you to try to find something about the other person's stance that you can admire or agree with, even though you don't agree with their stance. Right, so I really don't want to say this out loud because I am convinced of the wrongness of this stance. And I'm convinced of the wrongness of this point of the stance. But I think it's possible to even say to someone who's pro-choice, I really admire your desire to help women. Like, I totally disagree with it. I don't think it's the way to help women. But as we were talking about our table over here, the end of Judges, things are going off the rail, right? At the end of Judges. And our reading of that is that everybody did what they wanted. But that's not how it's written. How it's written is everybody did what was right in their own eyes. They weren't doing it because they're like, you know what, we're just going to go out and do the most evil thing we can think of. They were doing what they thought was right. And everybody you disagree with is probably, I mean, there could be someone out there, but is probably coming at it from a spot of, we think this is right. We think this is helpful. And so to be able to say, you know what, I get that you really want to help women. And I do too. We see it differently, but I really appreciate your desire to help women. I really appreciate your desire to help people who come into our country illegally and to show care and compassion. I think it's really important that we show care and compassion as believers in Jesus. And in that one sentence, maybe you can drop the temperature of the conversation a little bit, because you have found something that you can come to a point of agreement on, so that maybe you can have another step in the conversation. Rather than dismissing someone whole cloth because their ideology doesn't exactly match up with yours. Then, try to steer that conversation back into advancing the just cause of the Great Commission. Fourth characteristic, prepare for existential flexibility. And I kept this one in here just because I like the number of syllables in that. One of our pastors in a focus group said that one way that they had begun to address ideologically driven disunity in their congregation was by knowing what they really had to address and what they could let go for the time being. Every hill is worth dying on. But not every hill is worth dying on right now. And there are times where, man, I could even really believe something really desperately, but I need to maybe set that to the side so that I can have a good conversation with someone. Prepare for existential flexibility. Wrestle with your own foundational ideology. Is there something that you need to change or to soften? Is there something that you need to let go of? Again, not setting aside biblical truth, but wrestling with those aspects of your ideology that maybe you don't need to worry about right now, so that you can take a step forward in unity. And then the fifth characteristic is to demonstrate the courage to lead. So these four characteristics really come together to give power to the fifth. Advancing a just cause clarifies what we're to do. Trusting teams gives you support. Studying your worthy adversaries gives you a potential tool to diffuse a difficult conversation. Existential flexibility helps a church leader understand that they don't need to win every debate right now. And if you have those four things, you can demonstrate the courage to lead. One of the pastors in an interview said that this was one of the things that he thought led their congregation to not experience disunity during COVID, is that he was able to just stand and say, this is what we're doing. The elders and I, we've discussed it. This is how we're moving forward. And if you think differently, let's talk about it. But this is what we feel God calling us to do. And he was able to maintain that. And because they had a just cause, they had incredibly trusting teams. They had examined all sides of the debate. They knew what they needed to let go of in order to move forward. In fact, that church was a conservative church in a conservative area that shut down for COVID, regathered, and then without a guideline from the state, chose to close again because there was a spike of cases in their community. And they said, we believe as leadership that this is how we can show the most care and concern for our neighbors right now. And they stood and they said that with clarity and with courage and with conviction. And it led them to have no disunity. I think of my situation, there's no way I could have done that. And partly I could not have done that because we did not have a trusting team. Because we did not have a unified leadership team in the discussion. Again, those conversations that we had, things that were said to me by an elder. I could not stand with courage and say, the elders and I have discussed this and prayed through it, and this is how we're going. I could stand and say, here's our next couple of steps that we're taking as a church. And people would question me on it, and I'd say, well, no, this is what we're doing. But I could not lead with courage and conviction because I didn't have all four of these. I had three, but the trusting team was tough. And so let me give an example, and then we'll open it up for questions. And as I give this example, I want to challenge you to try to not say, well, this is right and this is wrong. Because there's good arguments on either side of this debate. What preferred pronoun, or do you use preferred pronouns for someone in your congregation who's transgender? We've had churches that have wrestled with it, and they've landed on different sides. Some have said, no, we are not. Some have said, yes, we are. Let's walk through these 5 steps and to see maybe on both sides how they can play out. Advancing a just cause. First off, you have biblical truth, but this biblical truth is kind of swimming in the realm of ideology. So if we talk about gender identity, a lot of people either in our church or in the periphery of our church are going to see it as an ideological stance. And so I would say that anytime you make an ideology adjacent decision, okay, anything that could be perceived as being ideological, even though as church leaders you're making a theological decision, if it can be perceived to be ideological, then you have to be able to tie it into the just cause. You have to be able to say, this is how this is helping us to make disciples. If you cannot state that clearly, then you really probably are making more of an ideological stance. So, do we use preferred pronouns? One church that has chosen to said, we believe that this is the best way for us to reach youth who are in a difficult situation. They're in a desperate time in their life. We think that this is one way that we can show care and concern and hospitality and compassion to them. And so they have decided that the best way that they can make disciples is by having kids who would come using their preferred pronouns so that they can communicate the gospel to them and then begin them on the process of coming to Jesus, learning about Jesus and looking more like Jesus. Another church has said, we are not going to use preferred pronouns because we believe we are entrusted with the truth, and that the best expression of truth in God's design is that we use pronouns that are based on your biological gender. And we believe that as we communicate and emphasize the importance of truth, that is then empowering us to make disciples. So two churches, totally different manners, but they have connected that decision with the Great Commission. They're connecting it with advancing the just cause. Build trusting teams. If you are going to make a decision like this, your leadership team has to thoroughly wrestle through this before it ever becomes a public conversation. And you have to sit down over dinner. You have to have the conversation. You have to have disagreements. But you have to know that at the end, that you have a unified leadership team. Because without it, what you have is distrust. Without it, what you have is a lead communicator and a senior pastor who is not able to communicate clearly. So it's imperative that you wrestle with it, practice it in conversation so that you are sure of your stance. Existential flexibility. Again, for both sides. A leadership team, if they are going to say, yes, we are using preferred pronouns, that leadership team has to really wrestle with the question, honestly, are we genuinely showing care or are we caving to culture? Really have to wrestle with that. And you may come to the fact to say, no, we genuinely believe this is how we're going to show care. But you have to have the conversation because someone is going to ask you about that. And so building a trusting team means you have the conversation. Existential flexibility means we're making this, we feel like this is the right way. Maybe we need to do something different. Same thing should be true on the other side. Are you really standing on truth or are you promoting an ideology? Because if it is possible to show care and concern by using preferred pronouns, then why wouldn't you? Again, I'm not saying right, wrong. What I'm saying is you have to have the conversation. You have to do that in order to be able to continue to play the infinite game. Fourthly, study your worthy rivals. If you fall on the side that says we are going to use preferred pronouns, have you really read or talked to someone who holds a different view? Have you really paid attention to someone who says, well, no, we can't do that, and here's why? Have you really considered that? Converse is true. If you're saying, no, we're taking this stance and we are not using preferred pronouns, have you read a guy like Preston Sprinkle, who's a conservative theologian, who, did he go to Denver? No, but he's a well-known conservative theologian who, out of a sense of hospitality, says, I'm going to use preferred pronouns. He makes a fairly good argument for it. Have you really wrestled through that? Because maybe you need to adapt part of your stance when you understand that difference. Existential flexibility. Again, not setting aside biblical truth, but understanding that you may be approaching things more out of your ideology than out of a theological conviction. And then lastly, lead with courage. Lead with courage. There will be bumps. But if you are advancing your just cause, you have your trusting teams, you've studied your worthy rivals, you have prepared for existential flexibility and really wrestled with the issue in your own heart, then lead with boldness And as you lead with boldness, you can help minimize ideologically driven disunity if you do it out of love and out of playing the infinite game.
Mm.
The issue, again, that we have, that I have seen in multiple conversations, is that when we try to play the infinite game of making some of these difficult conversations like we do a finite game, we actually worsen the situation. The pastor of a church felt like one of the best ways to address issues of disunity was to address it kind of head on in a sermon. And it blew up even worse because he addressed it much more like a finite game than an infinite one. All right, so we just unloaded a lot right there. Any questions? This is the point where I don't want to take questions because it's a lot easier to just move on. But does anyone have any questions?
Well, can I make a comment?
Yes.
There's the thing.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your research, all the work you've done, and all the thought and prayer that's gone into it, and it's very helpful. Really appreciate it. I understand the confusion between ideology and theology because I use the terms interchangeably. I use them identically, but I know what you're saying. The language that a lot of writers use is something's your own religious culture and something is your religious dogma. So the difference between culture and dogma would be the distinctions. But it seems to me like the fight is always going to boil down between those two things. The United Methodist Church is the people who would be called liberals, call themselves liberals in the UMC. They say that gay marriage is a secondary issue. It's religious culture. It's, as you're using language, ideology. And the conservatives who are leaving say, no, it isn't. It's theology, it's dogma, and it really matters. And the other side is saying, no, it doesn't matter that much. And it seems to me like it's going to boil down into that kind of exchange as to just how important people consider things issue by issue.
Yeah.
What's worth fighting about?
Absolutely. And I've heard conversations, same thing with, as we were talking about around our table here at lunch, issues of women in ministry. And we have a church in our region. This is not part of the research for this project, but had a conversation about, I was pushing a year ago now, where this church was considering involving women more in ministry. And one of their elders was dead set against it and said, well, no, this is a primary issue. And in my mind, primary issue is like, did Jesus go to the cross or not? Did Jesus walk out of the tomb or not? Is Scripture inherent or inerrant and inherently trustworthy? Those are primary issues. Was Jesus born of a virgin? Because if you take the virgin birth out, you don't have Jesus anymore. You have something else. And so those are primary issues to me. Some other ones are secondary, but then we get into a debate over what's primary and what's secondary. And yeah, and that is going to be the debate, and that is going to be why we have to talk about the next section of the strategy, which is a good segue. But before we complete that segue, we want to see, does anyone else have any comments or questions? Yeah, Lori Kraft.
I feel like just inadvertently we somewhat.
There's a little button on the back. Green light should be steady.
Green light means go, Lori.
You're on.
Green light means
Go, Lori.
So I feel like inadvertently, or maybe not inadvertently, we kind of made a good distinction between ideology and theology, between, so who are the leaders and what are we willing to put on paper, this is our doctrinal statement, like the Methodists have been through? Well, we're not Methodists. We view things differently theologically. But then there's the question, so what type of sinner is allowed to help in the nursery?
Mm-hmm.
So that isn't more of an ideological question, not a theological question, because according to the scriptures, we've all sinned.
Right.
And fallen short of the glory of God. So I think that, that moment where we pray together and love each other, and then we make decisions and distinctions based on theology, not necessarily based on ideology. Those are two good examples, because one's a really big deal, and maybe one's a big deal, and maybe it's not. But we got to pray ourselves there using theology. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That those two illustrations are actually good illustrations for that.
Yeah, they are. No, thank you.
What else can you say?
I know.
Let's go home.
We have one last little chunk to go through, which is the last step in being able to address ideologically driven disunity. So examine yourself, identify the root cause, play the infinite game, and then lastly, know when to move on. So in our focus group, we had a pastor who asked, how do you know when it's time to pray someone off? Now, I kind of like that terminology. How do you know when it's time to pray someone off? And how do you do that? There are no simple answers to that. That's a very complex question. And partly it's complex because there are all sorts of different variables that we can start tossing in, all sorts of hypotheticals that we can talk about it ad nauseum. Well, what about? So we want to give just a couple of principles. Part of the principle as to the when is first, as leaders in the church, we have to realize that we have a finite amount of energy. We have a finite amount of physical, emotional, and spiritual energy. And what you spend on one thing cannot be spent on another. That's true of you as a pastor. It's true of your leadership group. As a side note, it's true of your entire congregation, which is why you need to be really careful about adding all sorts of activities to your calendar. Because you can add so many activities to your calendar that you use up your congregation's energy and they're not able to actually fulfill the Great Commission because they're too busy going to potlucks. But in this context, as leaders, we have a finite amount of energy. If I spend it here, I can't spend it here. So the question is to when, to kind of draw a conversation to a close and to quote unquote pray someone off, is to gauge whether your expenditure of energy here in trying to reconcile a relationship, if that energy spent is going to help your church advance the Great Commission because you see this reconciliation take place and it's a display of unity, or if it's better spent somewhere else. That's a question only you can answer. You know what level of energy you have. You know what the potential for reconciliation in this relationship is. You know whether or not them returning to the fold, so to speak, is going to actually increase your congregation's ability to fulfill the Great Commission. But understanding that you have this finite amount of energy, if you spend it here, you can't spend it here. What is going to best advance the Great Commission? What will put your congregation in the best spot for fulfilling the Great Commission? And then the how. First, and we said that this was looking at more of the leadership aspect of it than spiritual, but first step is to pray. Just pray, 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 because it probably is beyond your wisdom to be able to do. And I don't know how many times I've leaned on James 1 If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God. And God, who gives generously and without reproach, will give it to you. I love the generously, and I love the fact that God gives without reproach. That I can keep coming back to him, and he's not like, Kraft, you again? Come on, I thought you would have had it by now. He doesn't do that. He gives generously and without reproach. So if you lack wisdom in how to handle a conversation, first step, absolutely pray. Secondly, look for areas, again, in the study your worthy rivals vein of thought. Look for areas that you can admire and agree on. And say, I really admire your stance. I really admire your stance to see change take place. I want to see change take place. I really admire your stance to stand on biblical truth. I really admire that. I really agree with that. Look for areas of agreement, but then reinforce the mission of the church. Always comes back to mission and vision. Always comes back to God has called us to make disciples, and here's how we believe God is calling us to do it. We would love for you to join us on that. We would love for you to be a part of that. But this is the way that we're going. If you can't journey with us in that direction, then maybe we need to help find you a church where you can. But this is the way we're going. We'd love to have you with us. Because then any decision to leave on their part is their decision to leave. It's not because you've kicked them out. Thirdly, and this kind of goes against everything that I used to think. If they leave, let them go. It's like everything within a pastor wants to see him come back, wants to see him stay. Because one, if they leave, you have fewer numbers in church on Sunday, and your next elders meeting looks worse in your report. But two, we want to be the rescuer, and we want to see people, no, let's just all get along. In my personal experience, that has never worked. It has worked that I've gotten people to stay or even to come back, but they were still as cantankerous as ever, and they ended up leaving again, and it was even worse. And so, if someone makes a decision to leave, bless them, pray for them, show grace to them, love them, and let them move on. It's tough to do. But at times, when ideology gets to the point that it divides, and someone is going to disregard the mission of the church in favor of ideology, and nothing is going to change that. At times we invite them to join, and if they choose to leave, we let them go. And as the pastor said, we pray them off. So we bless them and don't chase them. And in those ways, I think if we will step by step work through that, in particular, understand the importance of playing the infinite game, I think we will be able to address ideologically driven disunity in our congregations much more effectively. There's going to be bumps. There will always be disunity. There will always be differences. But maybe we can address it in a way that can invite people to join us in advancing our just cause. Gordon.
Yeah, Titus 3:10 and 11 says, if you have somebody that's persistently divisive, rejected divisive man after twice, and after the third admonition, you dismiss them. It's the same as Matthew 18.
Right.
Very few churches will do that, and they will let church bullies overrun the congregation. And that's different than what you're saying where there's ideological differences. This is a case where someone is being absolutely divisive and dividing the congregation, dividing believers one against another. And I've seen way too many churches where they allow those people free reign, and it destroys the congregation.
Yeah.
And so that's another piece to the puzzle, but it's a very difficult one.
Yeah. Yeah. It's easy to seek unity at the expense of the mission,
Yes.
as opposed to seeking unity to advance the mission.
Yes.
And we need to do everything that we can to advance the mission and vision of the church. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Last set of questions to ask yourself. First, what do I hope to achieve? As we think of these discussions, what am I hoping to achieve? What is most important in this discussion? That's another way of asking, what is our just cause? What are we hoping to advance? What are we moving forward? Who has my back? Who can I go to who will pray for me, who will support me? Who has my back? And how can I develop a trusting team? How can I develop a trusting team? How can you, as a church leader, as a pastor of a church, work to develop a team that is trusting, that is empowering, that gives you the courage to lead? What am I overlooking in someone who disagrees with me? That's a little bit of that study your worthy rival. What am I overlooking? What am I missing that maybe I can learn from and even adapt to so that we can move forward together? What am I willing to give up? Because as church leaders, we are asking people to give things up in order to come together in unity. Are you willing to do that? What are you willing to give up? And then lastly, if I win this debate, what am I going to lose? Because there are times where we can win ourselves into disunity. So, as we wrap up, just want to remind you that you do have some resources. You do have some resources. We are here for you. As a region, I'm here for you. Our board is here for you. Our regional care pastors, we have two of them here. Jeff Giles is traveling. I think he's in New Mexico or Texas, or he's somewhere else. He's going to watch either today or by live stream. We're here to support you, to encourage you, to pray for you. If you say, I just need someone outside of our leadership team to bounce some ideas off of and just to have a sounding board, then give me a call. If you don't have my number, I can give it to you. And it's online, but we are here for you. Secondly, there are the project tools, which are at the website, rmcn.org/ E Pluribus Una Ecclesia, out of many, one church. On there, you'll find the devotional that kind of walks through some of these thoughts. It does walk through these thoughts. There will be, probably a week from tomorrow, there will be a 3-week sermon series that's tied in with the devotional. If you feel like that would be helpful to preach to your church, then we would encourage you to maybe look at those resources. There as well is the project notebook. There's the book list, which has some of the books that were quoted today that aren't in your project handbook or your presentation handbook. There's also, it's in your notebook and it's on the website, a unity covenant, which I put together. If you wrestle through this and you think that your church is at a point to say, you know what, we've gotten this wrong, but we want to take a step towards getting it right, check that out. It might be something where you have an evening of prayer and you wrestle through some of these things, and then together you commit to seek unity moving forward together and fulfilling the Great Commission. So those resources are out there. If there's anything else that we can do to help you out, let us know. Thank you again for coming. And thank you for being here. For those of you who were project participants, you have been an incredible blessing to me. And it is amazing to think that you have given of your time to help me in this process of getting my doctorate. But then beyond that, to work through this material in order to be a blessing to other pastors in our region. So thank you so much. I'm going to lead us with a word of prayer, and then we're done. God, thank you so much for blessing us with a relationship with you through Jesus Christ, and then calling us to do just the unthinkable, to be the stewards of your message to a world that desperately needs to hear it. Sometimes I can't believe you entrusted me with that. And so, God, I pray that as leaders in your church, that we would seek to do what we can to diminish ideologically driven disunity, so that through unity, Jesus' mission is affirmed and our mission is empowered, and that together we would advance the just cause of the Great Commission until the day that Jesus comes back or that we go home. God, I thank you for all the people who have participated in this. For those who've traveled, I pray you give them safety as they drive back home. And I pray that you would all give us the hope that comes because we serve a risen Savior. And it's in his name that we pray. Amen. 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 Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for sticking around on live stream. We still have this almost the same number of people that started off with us. So thanks for sticking around. We hope that